Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Social Work, Sciences, Respecting Diversity, Inclusion, Social Action, and Sustainable Development 2023, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030, as part of awareness and campaigns, commemorating India's G20 presidency, international webinar series on holistic health, well-being, and sustainable development 2022-2023, in collaboration with Sriholistichealthfoundationindia and Sri Research Institute Center for Arts, Sciences, and Wellbeing, and all other collaborators. We welcome you to the 9th day of 10 Days International Conference. Before we start today's proceedings, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. So we invite all the presenters who have registered today, or those who have registered for on-spot registrations, and those who have registered but not completed formalities, and those who have awaited their presentations, are requested to share your topic, name, designation, organization in the chat box so that we can invite you, your presentations. Today is the 9th day, and tomorrow we might not be able to take up any presentations because we have panel presentations. So we request everyone, whoever is willing to present or whoever is due to presentations, we request everyone to share your details in the chat box and also complete the formalities. Presentation is just one formality of the entire conference, where we have pre-formalities and post-formalities after presentation. We request everyone, everything is available on the website, even in the registration form. The instructions, you can kindly follow the instructions. Format is given to share the details that will help us to schedule your sessions and prepare them. For inviting the presentations and also in preparing your certificates. So you can quickly share, as we have limited time. Even today, we will take up sessions from now. So you can share it. Share your details in the chat box, your presentation title, your name, designation, and organization so that we can invite you. And make sure you are completing your formalities so that you will become eligible for the presentations. So if there are no presenters available right now, we will take up session, because once we take up the initial session, then we will be losing 1 hour of your presentation time. So that's why we request everyone to quickly, once the session starts, then you may not get opportunity. So we will skip the presentation and we will take up the presentations. Conference presentation, we'll do it at the end, so that if anyone has queries, their queries will also get resolved. Yeah, Sakina, please share your topic, name, designation, organization in chat box. You have, yeah, Virendra Kumarji. Be prepared for your presentation. So we will start with your presentation. Next will be Sakina and others who are waiting for their turn for presentations. You share your topic. You can type in chat box all in one message. Don't send each in a different message. At once you send your topic, name, designation, and organization. So now we will invite Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji. He is an advocate and also RTA resource person and assistant professor in computer and science engineering department, Govind Ballabh Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology. We welcome you, sir, on this international conference. You can start your audio, video, and your presentation on the Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act 2019.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm starting my video also. Integrated camera. Yes, I hope now it's visible.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Well, today we shall see one very important legal provision in India, that is the Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act 2019. I'll share my screen also. I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yeah, now it's, please continue.
Yes, okay. So this is based on one important judgment, a two-judge division bench of the Honorable Supreme Court of India, that is NALSA versus Union of India, National Legal Services Authority of India. And in that, it has given certain rights to transgender persons and also distinguished between gender identity and sexual preferences. And based on that, a direction was given to the central government that they should pass an act for protecting the right of transgender persons. So we shall see the provisions of this act. It's a small act, so just 23 sections, and we shall see what are the important provisions in that. So first we begin with the Supreme Court judgment that has laid the foundation for this. It was a 2012 case. Two cases were combined, and then there was one impediment in that and intervention in that, and final judgment came out in 2014. So that is National Legal Services Authority. That is those who give free legal services to certain sections of society or individuals, and versus Union of India. So the case is called NALSA versus Union of India, writ petition civil number 400 of 2012. It is a landmark judgment of the Supreme Court of India. We declared transgender people, the third gender, affirmed that the fundamental rights granted under the Constitution of India will be equally applicable to them and give them the right to self-identification of their gender as male, female, or third gender. So it has also distinguished between transgender persons and the other types of, say, gender identities and sexual preferences. So we shall go into details of this and try to understand what are transgender persons. Basically, they are also human beings, and therefore internationally, the United Nations have given them all the human rights also. So being entitled to all the human rights, they are also entitled to all the fundamental rights within the Constitution. So this judgment has been distinguished as a major step towards gender identity equality in India. However, moreover, the court also held that because transgender people were treated as socially and economically backward classes, and there is also some discrimination against them, they will be granted reservations in admissions to educational institutions and jobs. So first of all, the Supreme Court distinguished between transgender persons and LGBT community, that is what we call as lesbian, gays, bisexual. So Supreme Court held that lesbian, gays, and bisexual is more related to sexual preferences. Why? Transgender is a different thing. Transgender persons could be are say special type of, say, handicapped persons. It could be by birth or say after birth, and they are say sexually handicapped people, or maybe those whose sexual organs are not formed or gender identity is not clear, and they should be given a reservation within those 5% of physically handicapped persons. That is 3% or 5%, 5% in admissions and 3% in jobs. So that reservation should also be given. And besides that, some other fundamental rights were also granted, which we shall see in detail. So the National Legal Services Authority of India, NALSA, was the primary petitioner. It had initiated this case. It had been constituted with the primary objective of providing free legal and legal aid services to the disadvantaged sections of Indian society. The other petitioners in the matter were the Puja Mata and Nasib Kaurji Women Welfare Society, a registered society. Later on, an NGO, and later this Lakshmi Narayan Tripathi. He is a renowned Hijra activist. So he intervened in this petition, and he was also allowed implement by the Supreme Court of India. So he is the Lakshmi Narayan Tripathi is the intervener. Then the case was heard before a two-judge bench of the Supreme Court, composed of Justice K.N. Panikar Radhakrishnan and Justice Arjun Kumar Sikri. So Justice Radhakrishnan and had functioned as a standing counsel for a number of educational and social organizations and held appointments in the High Courts of Kerala, Jammu and Kashmir, and Gujarat before his elevation to the Supreme Court. Another judge was Justice Sikri, who began legal practice in Delhi, specializing in constitutional cases, labor and service matters, and arbitration matters. And prior to his elevation to the Supreme Court, he held appointments in the Delhi High Court and Punjab and Haryana High Court. So these were the two judges on the division bench who gave this judgment. Then we come to the, I'm adjusting my camera. Yeah. The court has directed center and state government to grant legal recognition to gender identity, whether it be male, female, or third gender. And therefore, this judgment laid the foundation for this act. Now, first is the legal recognition for third gender. That is, in recognizing the third gender category, the court recognized that fundamental rights are available to the third gender because they are also, say, human beings in the same manner as they are to males and females. Further, non-recognition of third gender in both criminal and civil statutes, such as those relating to marriage, adoption, divorce, etc., is discriminatory to transgender individuals. This was before that Justice K.S. Puttaswamy judgment of 2017, because this judgment came in 2014. Second was legal recognition for persons transitioning within male-female binary. That is, those who are changing their gender, that is, those who are transforming from male to female or female to male, which we call as the intersex. So as per how the actual procedure of recognition will happen, the court merely states that they prefer to follow the psyche of the person and use the psychological test as opposed to the biological test. They also declare that insisting on sex reassignment surgery (SRS) as a condition for changing one's gender is illegal. That is, SAS, sexual assignment or sexual reassignment surgery (SAS or SRS) should not be forced upon them, and they should be allowed to live like male, female, or whatever way they want to live. So they have the complete freedom, and they should not be forced to say become fully male or fully female. So they should be allowed to live whatever way they want to live. That is, SAS or SRS should not be forced upon them. Public health and sanitation. So central and state governments have been directed to take proper measures to provide medical care to transgenders in hospitals and provide them separate public toilets and other facilities. See, the right to enter public toilets is a very valuable right. Since they are human beings, they also have the needs of toilets. Now, the problem that is given, it is a very big judgment, 130 pages. Briefly, the problem is if they go into the male toilets, there is exploitation by male people. And if they go into female toilets, then the female get scared if transgender people enter there. So they have been given right to enter both public toilets. That is, they can enter male toilets or female toilets as per their choice, whatever they prefer. So they are given access to enter public toilets and other facilities. Further, they have been directed to operate separate HIV or serosurveillance measures by transgender people. Socio-economic rights. This includes central and state governments have been asked to provide the community various social welfare schemes and to treat the community as society and socially and economically backward classes. They have also been asked to extend reservation in educational institutions and for public appointments. Accordingly, there is provision also to give them reservations within those 5% or 3%, that is the educational institutions and job respectively, regardless of their gender. So this that is as I told earlier, sexually handicapped people are treated as a special type of physically handicapped, and that is how transgender are distinguished from lesbian, gay, and bisexual people. Then stigma and public awareness. So these are the broadest directions. Central and state governments were asked to take steps to create public awareness to better help incorporate transgender individuals into society and aid treatment as untouchables. That is, say singing, dancing, and prostitution. These should not be the only vocations for them. They should be allowed to say all public officers, contest for public officers, right to voting, etc. So take measures to regain their respect and place in society and seriously address the problems such as fear, shame, gender dysphoria, social pressure, depression, suicidal tendencies, and social stigma. So the court notes that these declarations are to be read in light of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment expert committee report on issues relating to transgender individuals. So based on this report, these are the important points of the judgment. We shall see only two paragraphs because it is a very long judgment, so 130 pages. So we shall not enter into that because we have to see the main act of 2019. But two paragraphs are important. Firstly, what is the difference between gender identity and sexual orientation? Paragraph 19 of the judgment states that gender identity is one of the most fundamental aspects of the life, which refers to a person's intrinsic sense of being male, female, or transgender or transsexual person. A person's sex is usually assigned at birth, but a relatively small group of persons may be born with bodies which incorporate both or certain aspects of both male and female physiology. That is, one organ may be like male, another organ may be like female, and this type of combined or may be very possible at the time of birth. At times, genital anatomy problems may arise in certain persons. Their innate perception of themselves is not in conformity with the sex assigned to them at birth and may include pre and post-operative transsexual persons, and also persons who do not choose to undergo or do not have access to operation, and also include persons which cannot undergo successful operation. So that is here it is mentioned about SAS and SRS, that is sexual assignment or sexual reassignment surgery. They may be available or may not be available to all. Countries all over the world, including India, are grappled with the question of attribution of gender to persons who believe that they belong to the opposite sex. Out of say 140 crore population is estimated around 50 lakh people. Exact number is not known because the act is it came into operation in 2019 and all people have not yet been given the identity cards, although there is a provision, we shall see about that. In section 6, there is issue of identity cards to them. So exact number is not known, but maybe around 50 lakhs. So in India, the history that is some social and religious texts also mention about this, and all this history have been narrated at length in that judgment of the Supreme Court, which is of 130 pages. Then few persons undertake surgical and other procedures to alter their bodies and physical appearance to acquire gender characteristics of the sex which conform to their perception of gender, leading to legal and social complications since the official record of their gender at birth is found to be at variance with the assumed gender identity. That is what happens when male becomes female or female becomes male. We shall see about those issues also in the provisions of this act. Gender identity refers to each person's identity felt internal and individual experience of gender which may or may not correspond with the sex assigned at birth, including the personal sense of the body, which may involve a freely chosen modification of bodily appearance of persons by medical, surgical, or other means, and other expressions of gender, including dress, speech, and mannerisms. Gender identity therefore refers to an individual's self-identification as a man, woman, transgender, or other identified category. So there are also say transvestites, that is those who wear dress of opposite sex, speech and mannerisms which may or may not belong to say the stereotypes. So gender identity is explained in this para 19. Now we come to the second part, that is sexual orientation. So sexual orientation includes homosexuals, bisexuals, or say heterosexuals or sexuals, gay, lesbian. So all these things are defined say by the Supreme Court. Sexual orientation refers to an individual's say enduring physical, romantic, and or emotional attraction to another person. Sexual orientation includes transgender and gender variant people with heavy sexual orientation, and their sexual orientation may or may not change during or after gender transition, which include homosexuals. So that includes gays and lesbians, that is homosexual males, or say homosexual females, we call them lesbians. Bisexual, that is those who have sex with male and female both. Heterosexual, asexual, etc. So these are different categories which are based on sexual preferences, and that's how transgender are different from these sexual preferences. Gender identity and sexual orientation, as already indicated, are different concepts. So each person's self-defined sexual orientation and gender identity is integral to their personality. That is one of the most basic aspects of self-discrimination, dignity, and freedom, and no one shall be forced to undergo medical procedures, including SRS, that is sexual reassignment surgery, sterilization, or hormonal therapy, as a requirement for legal recognition of their gender identity. That is, nobody should be forced to become completely male or completely female. They should be allowed to live as the way they want, as per their choice. Now we come to the Act. So, based on this judgment, which is, say, I have given as a background to this, this Act was enacted in, say, 2019. It came into force from 5th December 2019. It is an act to provide for protection of rights of transgender persons and their welfare, and for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto, be it enacted by Parliament in the 70th year of the Republic of India as follows. Let us see the first section. This act may be called the Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act India 2019. It extends to the whole of India. It shall come into force on such date as the central government may by notification in the official gazette upon. So this was published on 5th December, and then it came into effect from 10th January 2020. That is, say, just 25 and say 30 after 35 days. So on 10th January 2020, it came into effect. Let us see some important definitions in this. So in this act, unless the context otherwise requires, appropriate government means in relation to the central government or any establishment wholly or substantially financed by that government, the central government, and in relation to a state government or any establishment wholly or substantially financed by that government or any local authority, the state government. So appropriate government means central or state government respectively, as per the power given to them under 7th schedule of the Constitution of India. Then the establishment. It means any body or authority established by or under a state act or a central act or a state act or an authority or a body owned or controlled or aided by the government or local authority or a government company as defined in Section 2 of the Companies Act 2013 and includes a department of the government. So that the establishments don't discriminate. So establishment are given certain duties within this act, and therefore the meaning of establishment is defined. Or any company or body, corporate or association or body of individual for property or other society, association, trust, agency, institution. That is all these associations of people are also say included in the definition of establishment. Then there is family. Family means a group of people related by blood or marriage or by adoption made in accordance with law. Then inclusive education means a system of education wherein transgender students learn together with other students without fear of discrimination, neglect, harassment, or intimidation. And the system of teaching and learning is probably adopted to meet the learning need of such education. So, since education is a fundamental right also now within the constitution, so it should be inclusive and there should not be any discrimination. And therefore, for forms of all the universities and schools and colleges have been simplified to include this transgender also. Institution means an institution, whether public or private, for the reception, care, protection, education, training, or any other service of transgender persons. So these institutions are also recognized by the appropriate government. And local authority means a municipal corporation or municipality or panchayat or any other local body constituted under any law for the time being enforced for providing municipal services or basic services as the case may be in respect of areas under its jurisdiction. We call it the third tier of government. That is, first we have central government, then we have state government, and then we have the third tier of government, that is the local authority. The national council. So there is provision to establish national council for transgender persons will be established in section 16 of this act. And notification means a notification published in the official gazette. The person with intersex variation means a person who at birth shows variation in his or her primary sexual characteristics, external genitalia, chromosomes or hormones from a normative standard of male or female body. So this is defined as person with intersex variation who are having say mixed characteristics at birth or after the birth. It could be genital, it could be due to chromosomes or hormones, and it may or may not be visible as external genitalia. Prescribed means prescribed by rules made by the appropriate government under this act. So some making powers have been given. And transgender person means a person whose gender does not match the gender assigned to that person at birth and includes transplant or transplant. Whether or not that person has undergone sex reassignment surgery or hormone therapy or laser therapy or such other therapy. Person with intersex variations, gender queer, that is the gender identity is known exactly, and person having such socio-cultural identities as Kinnar, Hilda, Aravani, and Jokta. These are some of the words from other Indian languages by which these people are probably known in different states. That is Kinnar, Hilda, Aravani, and Jokta. And many other names which are given by the Supreme Court in their judgment. First, there is declaration, that is prohibition against discrimination. So, person or establishment shall discriminate against a transgender person on any of the following grounds, namely the denial or discontinuation of or unfair treatment in educational establishments and services thereof. The unfair treatment in or relation to employment or occupation. Thirdly, the denial of or termination from employment or occupation. The denial or discontinuation of or unfair treatment in healthcare services. So the right to education, right to say employment, occupation, and healthcare services, access to hospitals, all these have been declared. There cannot be any discrimination. The denial or discontinuation of or unfair treatment with regard to access to or provision or enjoyment or use of any goods, accommodation, service, facility, benefit, privilege, or opportunity dedicated to the use of the general public or customarily available to the public. That is access to all public places, like a hotels, restaurant. There cannot be any discrimination in there. The denial or discontinuation of or unfair treatment with regard to the right of movement. That is right to freedom of travel. The denial or discontinuation of or unfair treatment with regard to the right to reside, purchase, rent, or otherwise occupy any property. That is the right to property is also given here. The denial or discontinuation of or unfair treatment in the opportunity to stand for or hold public or private office. So, contesting elections, voting, and all public offices. The denial of access to or removal from or unfair treatment in government or private establishment in whose care or custody a transgender person may be. So these are some of the provisions within section 3. Now we come to the recognition of identity of transgender person. So section 4 prescribes chapter 3 A transgender person shall have a right to be recognized as such in accordance with the provisions of this Act, and a person recognized as transgender under subsection 1 shall have a right to self-perceived gender identity. That is, he could live, that person could live as a male or female, whatever way the person wants to. Then, application for certificate of identity. So, a transgender person may make an application to the district magistrate for issuing a certificate of identity as a transgender person in such format manner and accompanied with such documents as may be prescribed, provided that in the case of a minor child, such application shall be made by parent or guardian of such child. Then issue of certificate of identity. So DM issues the certificate. The district magistrate shall issue to the applicant under section 5 a certificate of identity as transgender person after following such procedure and in such format manner within such time as may be prescribed, including the gender of such person as trans. The gender of transgender person shall be recorded in all official documents in accordance with the certificate issued under subsection 1. A certificate issued to a person under subsection 1 shall confer rights and be a proof of recognition of his identity as a transgender person. As per General Clauses Act 1897, the word he includes she and the word his includes her. So that interpretation also applies here also. So where we say he includes he, she, or even a third gender here. The change in gender. So after the issue of a certificate under subsection 1 of section 6, if a transgender person undergoes surgery or change gender, either as a male or a female, such person may make an application along with a certificate issued to that effect by the medical superintendent or chief medical officer of the medical institution in which that person has undergone surgery to the district magistrate for revised certificate in such form and manner as may be prescribed. That is, legally, a transgender can become male or female, or a male can become female or transgender, or female may become male or transgender. So this say transformation from one gender to another gender or transgender is possible to and fro. The district magistrate shall, on receipt of an application along with the certificate issued by the medical superintendent or chief medical officer, and on being satisfied with the correctness of such certificate, issue a certificate indicating change in gender in such form and manner and within such time as may be prescribed. So this change in gender certificate may also be issued, and that would be then reflected in all the other documents also subsequent. The person who has been issued a certificate of identity under section 6 or a revised certificate under subsection 2 shall be entitled to change the first name in the birth certificate and all other official documents relating to the identity of such person. Regarding the change in gender, even the first name is allowed to be changed, provided that is from male to female or female to male or any other type. Provided that's a change in gender and the issue of revised certificate under subsection 2 shall not affect the rights and entitlements of such person under this Act. So there cannot be any discrimination or deprivation of rights just because of the different names in different certificates. Now we come to chapter 4, that is welfare measures by government. So obligation of appropriate government. The appropriate government shall take steps to secure full and effective participation of transgender persons and their inclusion in society. The appropriate government shall take such welfare measures as may be prescribed to protect the rights and interests of transgender persons and facilitate their access to welfare schemes framed by that government. The appropriate government shall formulate welfare schemes and programs which are transgender sensitive, non-stigmatizing, and non-discriminatory. The appropriate government shall take steps for the rescue, protection, and rehabilitation of transgender persons to address the needs of such persons, and the appropriate government shall take appropriate measures to promote and protect the right of transgender persons to participate in cultural and recreational activities. So these are some of the welfare measures. These are obligations of the central or state government. Now we come to chapter 5, obligation of establishments and other persons. The first obligation is non-discrimination in employment. So no establishment shall discriminate against any transgender person in any matter relating to employment, including but not limited to recruitment, promotion, and other related issues. Section 10 is obligations of establishment. So every establishment shall ensure compliance with the provisions of this Act and provide such facilities to transgender persons as may be prescribed. Then grievance redressal mechanism. So every establishment shall designate a person to be a complaint officer to deal with the complaints related to violation of the provisions of this Act. Just like there are women protection cells in all, say, as for this sexual harassment protection of women at workplace Act of 2013. Similarly, there has to be some grievance redressal mechanism also. Then the right of residence. So no child shall be separated from parents or immediate family on the ground of being a transgender, except on an order of a competent court in the interest of such child. Every transgender person shall have a right to reside in the household where parent or immediate family members reside. a right not to be excluded from such household or any part thereof, and a right to enjoy and use the facilities of such household in a non-discriminatory manner. That is, it's not compulsory that they should be given to some say group of say hijras or like that. So they have the right to reside in their household. Where any parent or a member of his immediate family is unable to take care of a transgender, the competent court shall, by an order, direct such person to be placed in rehabilitation center. Now we come to chapter 6, that is education, social security, and health of transgender persons. The obligation of educational institutions to provide inclusive education to transgender persons. Every educational institution funded or recognized by the appropriate government shall provide inclusive opportunities for sports, recreation, and leisure activities to transgender persons without discrimination on an equal basis with others. So this gives right of inclusive education. Then vocational training and self-employment. So the appropriate government shall formulate welfare schemes and programs to facilitate and support livelihood for transgender persons, including their vocational training and self-employment. That is, as I told earlier, say singing, dancing, prostitution, these shall not be the only vocations. They could stand for say any type of business, vocational training, self-employment, or say even contesting for public offices, voting, etc. All these rights are available to them. The healthcare facilities. The appropriate government shall take the following measures in relation to transgender persons, namely to set up separate human immunodeficiency virus serosurveillance centers to conduct serosurveillance for such persons in accordance with the guidelines issued by the National AIDS Control Organization Agency to ensuring their proper say healthcare. To provide for medical care facility, including sex reassignment surgery and hormonal therapy, before and after sex reassignment surgery and hormonal therapy counseling. Bring out a health manual related to sex reassignment surgery in accordance with the World Professional Association for Transgender Health Guidelines. So these are the say, provisions that are related to healthcare facilities. Review of medical curriculum and research for doctors to address their specific health issues, to facilitate access to transgender persons in hospitals and other healthcare institutions and centers, and provision for coverage of medical expenses by comprehensive insurance scheme for sex reassignment surgery, that is SRS, hormonal therapy, laser therapy, or any other health issues of transgender persons. That is, since they are also human beings, so they should have right to all the healthcare facilities also. Supreme Court has also given some other rights. That is, firstly, right to wear clothes of their choice. If they are human beings, so they could wear clothes from male or female clothes or whatever they like after their choice. Right to access to public toilets. So these are also some of the rights that are given in the 2014 judgment, NALCA versus of India. There shall be a national council for transgender persons. So central government shall, by notification, constitute a national council for transgender persons to exercise the power conferred and to perform the functions by doing under this act. Let us see what are the functions. First, the constitution, composition of this commission council. The union minister in charge of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, chairperson ex officio. The Minister of State in charge of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment in the government, vice chairperson ex officio. Secretary to the Government of India in charge of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, member ex officio. That is by virtue of their office. Then one representative each from the Ministries of Health and Family Welfare, Home Affairs, Housing and Urban Affairs, Minority Affairs, Human Resource Development, Rural Development, Labor and Employment, and Departments of Legal Affairs, Pensions and Pensioners Welfare, and National Institute for Transforming India Award. And below the rank of Joint Secretaries to the Government of India, members ex officio. So there is one representative each from each of these ministries. One representative each from the National Human Rights Commission and National Commission for Women, not below the rank of Joint Secretaries to the Government of India, members ex officio. And representative of the state governments and union territories by rotation. One each from the north, south, east, west, and north east regions. So here India is divided into this 5, and by rotation there shall be represented each to be nominated by rotation by one, to be nominated by the central government member ex officio. The 5 representatives of transgender community by rotation from the state governments and union territories, each from the north, south, east, and northeast regions, to be nominated by the central government as member, and 5 experts to represent non-governmental organizations or institutions. But 5 representatives from the each working for the welfare of transgender persons to be nominated by the central government as member, and secretary to the government of India in the Ministry of Social Justice and Environment dealing with the welfare of the transgender persons, member secretary ex officio. There shall be separate say joint secretary is the member secretary from Ministry of Social Justice and Employment, dealing with the welfare of the transgender person. A member of now the term is given here. A national member of national council, other than a constituent member, shall hold office for a term of 3 years from the date of his nomination. If constituent members become members when they occupy the office, they vacate the office when they leave that office, and all the other members shall be for a term of 3 years. This council, the functions of council. The national council shall perform the following functions, namely to advise the central government on the formulation of policies, programs, legislation, and projects to respect transgender persons, to monitor and evaluate the impact of policies and programs designed for achieving equality and full particular participation of transgender persons, to review and coordinate the activities of all the departments of government and other departments, governmental and non-governmental organizations which are dealing with matters relating to transgender persons, to redress the grievances of transgender persons, and perform such other functions as are prescribed by the central government, that is prescribed by rules. So these are the functions that are given. Now we come to chapter 8, that is offences and penalties. There is provision of say 6 months to 2 years imprisonment. So there is a type of minor criminal law. Whoever compels or entices a transgender person to indulge in the act of forced or bonded labor, other than any compulsory service for public purposes imposed by government, or denies a person the right of passage to a public place, or obstructs such persons from using or having access to a public place to which other members have access to or a right to. And C, forces or causes a transgender person to leave household, village, or other place of residence, and harms or injures or endangers the life, safety, health, or well-being, whether mental or physical, of a transgender person, or tends to do acts including causing physical abuse, sexual abuse, verbal and emotional abuse, and economic abuse. Punishable with imprisonment for a term shall be not be less than 6 months, but which may extend to 2 years. So this is related to offences and penalties. Next we have chapter 9, that is miscellaneous, the last chapter. So there are grants for central government. Central government shall from time to time offer to appropriation made by parliament by law in India. Credit to the national council as may be necessary for carrying out the purposes of this act, and not in derogation of any other law. So the provisions of this act shall be in addition to and not in derogation of any other law for the time involved. So this act does not have any not in derogation of any other law. That is, it does not have any overriding effect on any other law for the time involved. So this is just an addition to the existing law because it is welfare law, welfare measure. It does not have overriding effect. Next, no action taken. So no suit, prosecution, or other legal proceeding shall lie against the appropriate government or any local authority or any officer of the government in respect of anything which is in future done or intended to be done in purpose of the provisions of this act and any rules made thereafter. So they are protected from all the criminal proceedings, but there is no action taken in effect. Then we have power of appropriate government of the school. So that is central and state government have the rule-making power. So the appropriate government may, subject to the condition of previous publication by notification, make rules for carrying out the provisions of this act. In particular, and without to produce to the generality of the governing power, so it may provide for all or any of the following matters, namely, the form and manner in which an application shall be made under section 5, that is the equal identity card. The procedure, form and manner, and the period within which a certificate of identity issued under subsection 1 of section 6 by the DM. Then the form and manner in which an application shall be made under subsection 1 of section 7, that is change of gender. The time period and manner for issuing revised certificate under subsection 2 of section 7. Then welfare measures to be provided under subsection 2 of section 8. Then facilities to be provided under section 10. And other functions of the National Council under clause E of section 14, and any other matter which is required to be or may be prescribed. So these are the limiting power. Now the procedure. So every made by the central government and the subsection will be laid as soon as maybe after it is paid to each out of parliament while it is in session for a total period of 30 days, which may be comprised into one session or in 2 or more successive sessions. And if before the expiry of the session, immediately following the session or the successive session, House agree in making any modification in the rule of process, any that the rules shall not be made. The rules shall thereafter have only in the simplified form of D, as the case may be. that any such modification or amendment shall be without prejudice to the validity of anything previously done under that vote. That is the how we say approved by the parliament within 6 months, just like the ordinance taking power of the president or governor has to get before the parliament, just like that. Everything made by the state government under subsection 1 shall be laid as soon as maybe after it is made to each out of the state legislature where it consists of two houses, or where such legislature consists of one house before that house. That is, since in India we have bicameral and unicameral houses, which shall be laid within this assembly of states. And lastly, the last section is how to remove difficulties. So, if any difficulty arises in giving effect to the provisions of this act, the central government may, by order published in the official gazette, make such provisions not in confusion with the provisions of this act, and appear to be necessary for expedient to remove the difficulty, and provided that no such order shall be made after the expiry of the period from the date of commencement of this act, and every order made under this section shall, as soon as maybe after it is made, be laid before each house of parliament. So this order is there only for the first 2 years. After 2 years, an amendment can be made to that. So this completes my presentation. This is the alpha judgment, that is the this case, National Legal Services Authority, Additional versus Union of India, judgment written by Justice K.S. Radhakrishnan. It is a very long judgment, so those who are interested, it is available on the internet. Now versus Union of India. What was included in that judgment, and several rights. What are the rights given by the United Nations? Say right to food, right to say right for say imprisonment, right to wear clothes, and right to public access, right to employment, right to many different rights have been given to all. And even there are this para 19 and 20. That is what is the difference between say some history also has been given earlier here in the social and cultural history of India. There is the historical background of transgender in India that is given as per mythology. So this mentions about various religious rituals and some history. Some other judgments are also given here during the British time. And para 19 and 20 distinguish between say this gender identity and sexual orientation. That is the difference between homosexual, gay, lesbian, or say bisexual. So remember the gender. That is, it does not extend to sexual orientation. It is only up to the gender identity, and there will be protection like sexually handicapped persons. So these are the things I have read out all of this is 1920. Then United Nations provisions are given, gender identity and sexual orientation. So these are the UN provisions. These are some of the say acts that is what are called as principles. So this is the right to the universal enjoyment of human rights, right to equality and non-discrimination, the right to recognition before the law, right to life, right to privacy, right to treatment with humanity while in detention. These are the internationally recognized rights. Protection from medical abuses, right to freedom of opinion and expression. So these are the rights that are called principles by United Nations. Then SRS and foreign judgments. So these have been mentioned. Some case laws have been given by the Honorable Supreme Court Division Bench in this case. And then some say rights have been prescribed for India, for say central and state government, and then the parliament was directed to bring a law, and therefore this act of 2018 was passed. Mention about origin ceremony. Different it is by different names in different states because India is a very big country. So all these say Jotas, Jokapas, various names, shhfis, and they are known by different names. Even criminal type act of 1871, say issued by the British government, that is mentioned in this. So I will conclude here. Are there any questions on this? There is Article 14 of the Constitution of India, transgender. Article 15. and 16 that is related to employment and under government. Article 19(1) said of speech and expression that includes right to wear clothes also. So Supreme Court has held that they have to wear clothes of their choice. Article 21 that is right to life and liberty, personal liberty in India. These are available in most of the constitutions of other countries also worldwide. Legal rights of third or transgender identity. Then some case law in India is mentioned after the international judgment. So these are some case law. Then there is another part is written by Justice A.K. Sikri. So the first part was by Justice K.S. Radhakrishnan from 78 by Justice A.K. Sikri. This criminal type that 1871 has been mentioned here. Now these criminal types have been mentioned as scheduled types in India. So earlier they were called criminal types by the British government, but that was criminal removed, and now they were included as the scheduled type of PhD, and probably given some rights under the Constitution. So now the word that is used are scheduled types rather than the criminal types used by the British. Then the part 3 and 4, that is fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy in Indian Constitution. These are some of the Indian case laws that are narrated. So these have been quoted by the Honorable Supreme Court. And finally, there are some rights, right to enter temples, and all these rights have also been given. Indian history is also mentioned here. It's a very long judgment, 130 pages. Finally, there are some prescriptions for this. This is the conclusion that these rights are available in India also, and directions to the government and the state government. Accordingly, the parliament has passed. So this is a judgment dated April 15, 2020. Shall I start, sir? Any questions on this? Any questions from the audience? Yes. Yes, sir. I have completed, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from anybody in the audience?
Just a second, sir.
Yes. Okay, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Virendra Kumarji, for your presentation. It was very insightful. Then we will invite our participants. If there are any queries, you can unmute yourself. You can use chat box or you can raise your hand if you are unable to unmute yourself. Yeah, Mary, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, madam.
I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Center for Arts, Science and Wellbeing for giving me an opportunity to express my opinion. Sir, I learned a lot from your sessions. Every time you present, I learned lots because I don't know about these subjects. So you explore a lot on different new topics. So I learned a lot of this transgender. There is one transgender NGO in Bangalore. It's called Sankalp, sir. I have interacted with them. Actually, they're very good at heart and kind. If anyone shows love to them, they show love. They really desire for happiness. And they wait to if anybody comes and talks to them, and if lady speaks to them, they feel like my daughter speaking to me, like that. They feel sad. This experience I had with transgenders, sir, in Bangalore.
Yes, in India, we have the tradition of infusing participation by transgender people since ancient days, thousands of years. But still, people have many misconceptions and myths, and therefore there are many different types of women that are associated and results into some discrimination against them, and that's why we see. Why do we need a Supreme Court to tell that there is a right to wear clothes and other things? All these things have been decided by the Supreme Court. That means there was a need for such act, and that's why finally the government has recognized that say legal rights have also been given, so that even I was not aware of this different types of say difference between, particularly people call them as LGBT community and mix transgenders with LGBT. But Supreme Court has clearly distinguished between these, and they have said what is the exact difference between gender identity and sexual orientation, because see, they are also human beings and also biological need, and they also have that need, and therefore that is expressed in different forms. So this clear distinction is made by the Honorable Supreme Court in that judgment, and therefore there is need of awareness for people also about these issues for inclusive participation.
Sir, before pandemic, I had attended one Women's Day program. There, one transgender police from Chennai came as a chief guest for us.
Yes, and now we have even transgender judges.
So she addressed the gathering very well.
Operators and MLAs are also there.
And now they have become like inspiration for so many people have studied so well and they are in top positions. Especially in Tamil Nadu, I see 2-3 IPS officers when I attended program in Chennai. Sir.
Yes, the only thing is to remember is sometimes they also violate the law, and Indian code is applicable on them also. So if there are offences like
about law, I don't know, sir. Actually, my friend, my own best friend, my UG friend, she's the IPS officer in Bangalore city. Currently, she's my age only. She's IPS. So she had called for one program for Women's Day. There, this person came from Chennai, sir. Police.
Well, sometimes the NGOs accept donations. So whatever donations are there, they should be voluntary, and there should not be any form of extortion. If there is extortion, then that is a criminal offense, and then IPC is applicable to them like other.
But they are very kind-hearted and they're very loving and they care. They are very caring, sir. That one thing I spoken to 2-3 people. Yes. That's what I felt.
Ultimately, they are human beings, and so, for example, such child could be born in any family, and it could be hereditary, it could be say congenital, and it could be say because of some accident or other things also, and that's why some protection needs to be given, and therefore this act was enacted. So all people need to understand about these also, and they have inclusive participation from them.
Now also is that to my new house that NGO is very close to Sankalp. One NGO is there in Kannada, in Bangalore, and in that Sankalp, all the people normal people are very less. All full management is managed by transgenders only, sir.
Yes, yes. So now
I
we
had
have
done
given-
field work also there, sir, for
Yes,
some
yes.
time. Once a semester, and 3 years back, before pandemic 2019, I saw this IPS officer from Chennai.
You are an active social worker, and so this also is a part of social work, how the transgender persons and even their associations.
But
and
one thing,
we
sir,
are
many
connected.
people avoid
Yes.
to speak to them.
Yeah,
But
that
if
is
you
because of-
speak to them, they are like,
Yes,
you
sir, they are
feel that
normal
your
human
mother
beings.
speaking to you.
They are normal human beings. Actually, there is nothing separate except for perhaps some sexual handicap. Other than that, they are.
But
not
what
human
I
beings.
felt, no, sir, when I spoke to one person, one person I spoke in Chennai. She from Chennai, she had come to Bangalore for this one. I felt like I'm speaking to my mother. She was so kind, gentle hearted, and she told she took my phone number and she told, anytime you come to Chennai, you come to my house. So she became that friendly, sir, to me.
Yes, sir, they are normal human beings in all the aspects.
It brought me a lot of memories of that Women's Day, sir, program. Thank you very much, sir, for informative and enriching. Always your sessions are mind-blowing, sir. God bless you, sir. All the best.
Thank you, madam. Thanks to Sri Holistic Health Foundation, thanks to Dr. Raghu, and thanks to Sri Research Institute and Center for Health Science and Wellbeing for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation in this prestigious international conference on world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Virendra Kumarji.
Thank you.
For the wonderful, insightful session. And we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions. Virendra Kumarji, we have to specially mention that he is also a regular resource person for various events organized by us, and he is regular contributor also with various sessions on legal awareness and aspects. So we congratulate you and thank you once again on behalf of the organizing committee and on behalf of all the participants and presenters. Thank you once again, sir, for joining us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now we will move on to our next session. We have with us Dr. Damon Quinn, Assistant Professor, PG Department of Social Work, and she would be presenting on prevention of sexual harassment at workplace.
Thank you, sir. So if you enable me to share the presentation, I'll do it.
Yeah, just now you can unmute yourself. You can start your video and presentation. And in the meanwhile, any presenters awaiting for your presentations, kindly share your name, designation, and organization along with your topic so that we can invite you. And also request you to complete all the formalities. It is mandatory for issuing of certificate.
Okay. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
All right. So good evening to one and all present here. So I'm delighted to talk about POSH today. And I think the previous presenter has set a real tone about the legal provisions that is required for everyone. So everybody has got a right to live. And this one act which also talks about safe living. So prevention of sexual harassment at workplace. So when you look into the safety of young girls and women, especially for women in the legal provision, there's a lot of adequate legislation which prevents them and prevents them from harassment or vulnerability and provides a very safe environment. So that's very well in our Constitution of India, especially to quote about the Indian Penal Code 1816 talks about the provisions of safety, and special mention, as we, especially in the social sector, social workers, we're talking about it. This legislation has given birth by some of contribution led by the social worker Ms. Banwari Devi about the Vishaka cases versus state of Rajasthan, though it was 1997 that has gave the payment for Vishaka guidelines, and then came 2013 the legislation of sexual harassment at workplace. And so when you look into the Indian law on sexual harassment, so Indian Constitution especially, as significantly said 1860 of the Indian Penal Code, for instance, it talks about the Supreme Court acknowledges that sexual harassment is a human rights violation. So sexual harassment is actually a violation of the Constitution guaranteed fundamental rights. So you see that in Article 14 and Article 15 talks about right to equality. That's the same that we have been talking about, the rights of inclusive gender as well. So Article 21 talks about right to life, to live with dignity. Every individual has got a right to live, not just to live as I exist or survive, but also live with dignity. So the dignity word can be quoted attached with a respect. So Article 19, right to practice any professions or trade, occupation, business, the right to safe environment, which means a person has a right to choose their environment of work that is free from harassment. So there is a need for this guidelines. So when you look into that, though there is a provision that is in the fundamental rights, but that is not just enough. Because just a glimpse about the history of this legislation. There is a social worker who's working in the state of Rajasthan, Banwari Devi. So when Banwari madam was involved in stopping a child marriage case, so there was a agitation by the opposition party where she's been sexually harassed. And so that has led, she was offended by that and she was hurt. When she filed a case against it, there was no legislation which talks about safety of women or young girls work in the work environment. So after a constant struggle, there was a really huge women movement that's been formed in the state of Rajasthan, and that's how the introduction of this legislation has come in. So I also respect mark of respect for those women who have taken the initial lead in providing the social legislation, which is now ensuring legislation. Sir? Okay.
Please continue.
Yeah, so that is providing a safer environment for others. So when you look into the legislation, it is clearly mentioned. So this is the Vishaka's judgment. So to prevent and prohibit acts of sexual harassment. So according to Article 21. And next, when you look at why there is a need, so there is some kind of a research that was able to we were able to find. So there was a survey done by Economic Times in 2022. It tells that the cases of sexual harassment at workplace in India has increased in the last fiscal year, especially after the COVID. There was a 20% increase in the number of harassment in companies received by Nifty 50 companies in 2022 when compared to the year before. So probably when you look at the data of increase, you can actually look at it in two different dimensions. Number one, since the awareness level has increased, so a lot of people are aware about the provisions, so they are claiming about it. So that is something we can look at it. And number two, there's a worst case that the vulnerability that has been exposed, and people are looking for legal provisions for a safety environment, so that it will also giving an alarming sign to the perpetuator that this is not accepted anymore, and also gives hope for the people who have been privately or suffering. And another research tells that in India, the largest corporation saw a marginal decline in the sexual harassment cases at workplace. This is in 2020. So after COVID, the cases have increased. So the data in 2020 tells that initially it was from 2.6%. The cases have been dropped down from 3.7. So after the COVID, the cases have been increased. And when you look more into the legislation talks about who is an employee. See, the employee can be a person who's a regular, who's employed on temporary basis, even on an ad hoc basis. This legislation covers. So this legislation also covers somebody who's directly employed or through an agent or a contractor. And this legislation also covers as the people as an employee who has with or without remuneration. For example, in the case somebody wants to volunteer with an organization. So when they are volunteering, if any harassment that they place, they can still go in for filing a POSH. So that has been covered. So somebody who's in the probation, it applies, or somebody who's an apprentice, like doing an internship in an organization, or somebody who's a training in an organization, as well counted as an employee. When you look at who is an employer, the employer can be a management, a person who is discharging the contractual obligations with respect to the employee, somebody who provides the job, somebody who pays the job, somebody who provides the offer letter, designate, and then a person or the board members, committees responsible for the formulation of policies. So the employer can be a supervisor, or employer can be the boss or the controller. So one of the important provisions in this POSH legislation is ICC, which is nothing but Internal Compliance Committee. So the Internal Compliance Committee comprises of a presiding officer, who is a senior most women employee from the workplace, and or any other admin units or the organization. And very importantly, appreciated by most others, is that a 2-member committee to the cause of the women, so who are working for the empowerment of the women, can be part of the ICC committee, and 1 member from an NGO or somebody who's working in the areas of sexual harassment. So when you look at, according to the legislation, what is workplace and or sexual harassment. So the sexual harassment, when you look at, first we are going to look at what is sexual harassment. The workplace sexual harassment is a behavior that is unwelcome, sexual in nature, and it's a subjective experience. By being part of various other committees, one should understand this legislation is very subjective in its nature. That legislation will not go deeper into understand what is the intention of the perpetuator, but rather will look at what is an impact, what is an experience of the victim or the complainer. So the impact, not the intent, is what matters. So somebody says that, oh, I didn't do it intentionally, but that doesn't really matter, but what the women says. So this is a subjective experience. So if it is an unwelcome and sexual nature, and it's a subjective experience, so these 3 things are the important component in defining the sexual harassment. And when you look at what constitutes sexual harassment according to the legislation, it can be any physical contact or any advances. Sometimes it can be demanding or requesting, or demanding for a sexual favors or requesting for it. And then sometimes it could be related to showing some kind of content which is the woman is not comfortable, can be related to videos, or it can be porn movies or something, or sending jokes which is, or it can be a sexual colored remark. So these are something that contributes or constitutes a sexual harassment. And what is a workplace? That's very significant. Sometimes when we look at workplace, it is not only the structure, or it is not only the 4 walls when people are, it is when a person, 2 person working in an organization, due to work, if they have traveled outside also, that also includes as workplace. By looking into it, you'll know that hospitals will come under workplace. It can be any nursing homes, it can be the government owned or controlled establishments, private sector organization, sports institute, stadium, training institute, dwelling places in any casework, or a domestic, or somebody is working as a maid, occasional education institution. Police station is the recent amendment that has been included. So the POSH legislation includes are extended to police station as well as a workplace. So who are all covered under this legislation? It can be a full-time employees. As I told, it can be a temporary workers. So it's a very, very inclusive law, which has been minutely looked into the largest section of the society of women working in the workplace, so that the safer environment can be ensured. Contract workers, daily wage employee, trainees, interns, contractual workers, housekeeping, security service, client representatives, vendor representative, volunteers with or without remuneration. So these are the people who will be covered under this legislation. And some of the examples for a better understanding could be staring, or obscene gesture, howling, making a howling sound. So whichever things which makes women uncomfortable are some of the cases that women might take it as use this legislation to file a case again. So what is meant by unwelcoming? So when you look at what is in the legislation, the word unwelcoming, so it can be any conduct or a behavior which is unwelcome if the recipient does not consent to it. So as I said, this doesn't look into the intention of the perpetuator, but only looks at, so it is very, very progressive law which takes care of the emotions of women so that they feel safe. The recipient does not consent to it, so it talks about only the women, how they feel comfortable about it. So regards it offensive. Even if the victim does not complain, it doesn't necessarily imply that the conduct is welcome. So some comments or the advances are talent, it can be, and it can be crude and are inherent offensive. So this will almost always be deemed as unwelcome. So when you look at, there are two things that's to be notable in terms of sexual harassment in workplace. One category is called quid pro quo, and another is hostile environment. When you look at quid pro quo, so which means it is this for that, it's like tit for tat, you do this for me and I will do it for you. So it's an exchange for one thing where women feel uncomfortable. Quid pro quo sexual harassment takes place if the sexual favors are asked in exchange for any kind of a job or a treatment on the job. Like if you do this, then you will get good score in the performance appraisal. If you do this, you can be elevated to the next level. If you do this, so your job will be secured. Some kind of a tit for tat, which women are not uncomfortable. So an employee threatens an associate if she or he does not consent to such sexual advances or favors. So this is a typical example of quid pro quo. So the act of asking may either be verbal or implied, or it can be a sexual contact, maybe verbal or physical. In either case, it must be unwelcome. So this can be one category that can be looked in when it comes to sexual harassment. The number two category is hostile environment. When you look at the hostile environment, which is not an environment which is very conducive for, so it is an uncomfortable environment. So when a speech or a conduct of any kind of a remark that takes place, if it's very offensive, like any kind of a sexual remarks which makes the women uncomfortable, intimidating, or women for their body shaming them, or about their appearances, or about the way they conduct in an office. So this could be then place where there is no safe environment for the women. So there is some kind of a threatening feeling for a woman. So these are the two areas, categories that has been closely associated with sexual harassment at workplace. When women encounter such things, how the complaint procedures will go on. So the reporting the incident within 3 months, then it will definitely go to an ICC. As I told you, ICC will have a member committees and the notification of a response by 7 days. And sometimes it might get response for 10 days. And does respondent agree, then they will just go into settlement or some kind of a punishment based on what type of a case and what is an intense of rigor of the case, and then the action will be taken in 60 days. If the person doesn't agree, then it will go in for an inquiry. This is a very, very quick process, and a lot of findings and recommendation report has to be done by an ICC after doing an inquiry with a case. So when we look at actions, what kind of an actions can be taken under sexual harassment? What is the power of an ICC? So the restoration in case if a person not only sexual harassment, if any of the product or any of the items have been lost, restoration of lost items or conditions or benefits of employment, so they can just complain for associate, and then some kind of a disciplination of harasser can be written, like asking them to write written disciplinary warnings. Sometimes it can be a demotion, sometimes in some cases it can be just a suspension for a few weeks or a few months, or sometimes into some extremes where the women feel so uncomfortable and the person is also likely to be an abuser, then it can be go to an extreme of termination as well. And when we look into all those things, it is very important for us to understand what is not a sexual harassment. So following, say for instance, a boss is following up a worker about the work absence, calling up and checking why they have not reported. So that cannot be counted. It is the compliance of the office and requiring the job performance, asking them to perform well. If they submit a project, they reject, it is not having a good content, or they have to revise it. So that cannot be taken as an harassment. Sometimes the work related stress, sometimes the meeting deadlines, so they have to extend the time and work, that cannot become under the harassment. If it is forcefully done or with an intention, or the where the women feels uncomfortable, then fine. Otherwise, the work related stress is a common one. And say for instance, it can be a constructive feedback the officer gives. If the officer is a boss, men and the women, he gives a feedback, then that cannot be taken as a sexual harassment. So protection against retaliation, is there a retaliation? So if it is there, what are the things that can include? Marginalizing someone in the workplace with regard to their roles and responsibility. So that's something has to be noted. Socially ostracizing them because they have reported, or because since it is an ICC is taking place and it is their role to take place and deal with the case, and the other company members cannot pass on this information to others, and ostracizing them, saying that these people has complained, and so retaliations can be taken. And intimidating someone else, or close to the victim, or physically or psychologically or emotionally, just torturing them. So this is something that has to be noted. And when you look into it, just for people who are working in the sector, social sector, or as a general population as well, what are the key things that have to be noted in terms of sexual harassment? Do not ignore it. So since you're aware about this legislation, always pass it on to people about to strengthen it, so that a safe environment being extended to every woman who are in workplace. So do not pretend it that they do not happen. Inform the harasser that the behavior is unwelcome. That's a small step that can be said, because there's always systems in place to protect. And report the incident. Tell the ICC exactly what has happened as possible, and do not accept the behavior, and probably do not tolerate the harassment, or even if it seems that things around you are tolerating it. Say, for instance, somebody tells about it, tell them, or educate them about this ICC, so that they can get the benefit. So, for example, protection against retaliation. So retaliation is something very serious violation of the POSH policy. Any form of retaliation against the women or their supporters is forbidden. persons who retaliate in the form of intimidating them, pressure to withdraw the case. You don't do it. Because you filed an ICC, you will be thrown off the job. So these are all something that threatening them, threats. If you do it, you will never elevate to the next level. I will see how safe you are going to come and go. So these are some kind of a threaten. See, when you look into the threatening, it's not only going to providing a more vulnerable situation for the women, it is also giving a hopeless situation for other women who can come forward to apply for this legislation or apply for a case. So retaliation is something as social workers, as social sector workers have to take it in mind and spread the awareness so that the good support system is ensured. Stand with the victim, stand with the vulnerable, to be the voice of the voiceless. So, and when you look into it, consequences of sexual harassments. So once a complaint is received, the investigations will be carried out and the validation of the harassment and allegation will be determined. If the harassment has occurred, prompt and remedial actions will be taken. So this is just about prevention of sexual harassment at workplace. And there is one recent literature that says that in the initial years of later years of 2022 to 2023, the cases have started rising after people have started resuming back from online to offline. So as social workers, it's very important, and others as well, to take this legislation and educate people so that the safer environment is being provided for each and every woman who are in the workplace. So thank you so much. And I extend this time to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Ravindra and team, doing an excellent job. So any program that they're organized, we were overwhelmed about the way that topics have come in and the way that they organize and the prompt and responding to the queries. So the entire team, congratulations. So I'll be happy if there are any questions to be taken. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for the very insightful session. We have two sessions which were very much related and very well presented. It is need of the hour because a lot of these cases are coming up and we need to create more awareness. So, Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Actually, anyone who speaks about this women sexual harassment speaks about the Vishaka judgment now. So actually, I got an opportunity to work in a women's NGO, which is run by George's ex-defense minister George Fernandez sister-in-law's. She's running NGO Vimochana. I got an opportunity to work there. I've seen a lot of this Posh Act and this Vishaka judgment, the Banwari Devi, and how she got gang raped by 5, and how that judgment was given in 13th August 1977. We have heard like several times about this Vishaka judgment. So that brought me a lot of memories. So it's somewhere related to my work now. So it's a wonderful presentation from your side.
Yeah, thank you, madam.
Actually, this Posh is mainly many of my HR friends have said me most of this sexual harassment happens in garment factories because they all worked in this Gokul Das garment factory and some textiles factory and all in Pinia and all in Bangalore. There only they got this study done. How sexual harassment in workplace, that is in especially in garment factories. So there only we saw the case very well. So it brought me a lot of memories of my work. So incredible session. All the best. God bless you. Take care.
Thank you, madam. So especially since you have spoken about Banwari Devi, so that's something that even when the social worker is hit, she is not, even the situation was not favorable, but she did not keep quiet. I think the agitations and the social actions that is being taken up is now has come out as a legislation which is going to prevent so many people, which is going to give a safety place, and that's the true social work zeal. So mark of respect for ma'am, and then thank you, and glad that you worked in those spheres. Yeah.
Thank you, Maryman, for sharing your insights and observations. And anyone else would like to share? Feel free to raise your hand or unmute yourself, or you can share in chat box. And a feedback form for session 1 has been raised. We request everyone to quickly attend to the feedback form. We have 5 minutes for the feedback form.
Yes, it was an excellent presentation. Very good. All the legal provisions have been explained. It covers the full act. So I congratulate the speaker and Queen for making this.
Your voice is very low, Virendra Kumar.
Acha, okay. Now I am audible.
Yeah, now
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So I congratulate the speaker for making this excellent presentation and for explaining all the legal provisions of this act. The presentation was really very good, and all the provisions of that act were covered. This act was enacted after this Nirbhaya gang rape case in India. The bill was for the parliament since 2007, and Rajya Sabha had passed it, but it could not be formed, and it took about say 4 years, and later it was passed by both houses, and finally in 2013 this act was notified, and this workplace also includes all school, colleges, universities. So there has to be an say internal complaints committee, or ICC as we have called it. So that has to be there in all the say institutions now, and there are also provision for district level, state level, and national level committee. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the piece of time.
Thank you, Virendra Kumarji. Anyone else would like to share? Feel free to unmute yourself. Ma'am, do you have another presentation?
No, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Congratulations. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir.
Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. Then we will move on to our next session.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good evening, Christina.
Yeah, it's actually afternoon here in Nigeria. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for this session. I found it very interesting because it talks about sexual harassment. Most times it is mistaken to concern women largely, but I know that the men folks also go through the same experiences, especially at places of work where you have female superiors. You are either compelled to exchange either sex or other personal pleasures or things for favors or positions. But this is commonly found amongst the male stroke female folks or senior government officials to their subordinates and even sometimes their own colleagues. So sexual harassment has been a growing concern, especially where I come from, though most times not reported for the stigma around it, for the shame and embarrassment that it comes with. But I'm happy we're talking about it here. And as social workers, as professionals, we need to know that such things must be observed closely or reported when noticed. It's like the issue of sexual molestation children that either the family of these younger ones and feels ashamed. I think that is no excuse, because by not reporting or by not speaking about things like this, it encourages the continuity of it. Thank you very much, Dr. Ravindra, for giving us this platform to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, for sharing your insights.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, anyone else would like to share? You can feel free to share in chat box or unmute yourself or raise your hand. We can unmute from our side.
It's very calm.
Then we'll move on to our next session for the day. We have with us Dr. Mina Obganga. She is Associate Professor, Rivers State University, Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. She will be presenting on community development projects and programs, redefining methods of implementing in Rivers State. Dr. Mina?
Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Okay,
Hello.
I just want to hear me. Okay, so I can go ahead, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, let me see. You have the paper, but I can. So today I want to be talking about community development programs and project implementation. We're looking at methods and approaches in Rivers State, as we have heard. And this is a strategic project that has, taken place due to the lots of unsustainable initiatives that take place in different communities. And it was discovered that, a lot of the outcome from this research has shaped the way we relate with communities. My name is Dr. Mina Obanga, and I'm an associate professor of environmental social work. And it is my pleasure to be at this very interesting conference today. And I hope I'll be able to share within the next few minutes just some thoughts, to see how we, review this topic. Community, of course, as is known, is a group of people who have something in common and will act together in their common interest. And the community's ability to act together may have existed for centuries, or it may be triggered in a very short time by some urgent problem. Now, many people belong to a number of different communities. For example, you have the place where they live, the people they work with, or their religious groups. Now, this paper is on the programs and methods of implementing community development projects in Rivers State and how the research had shaped a lot in terms of how we implement our projects in Rivers State. So, if I want to reference quickly, DICA of 1992 and now 2022, it declared that among a lot of these rural dwellers, poverty is so palpable that the people are the embodiment of it. You see, poverty is a key thing. It is interesting to know that in the region where I come from, we have a lot in terms of oil exploration and oil exploitation that has pushed a lot of communities into poverty. So right now, that process of redefining the strengths in community and enhancing communities' participation in their own development process is going on currently to see how we can overcome, the issues of poverty around the community. Now, the best approach or method used in recent time to address these problems that bedevil this community is to enter into cross-section partnership with other organizations, governments, and community. So to a large extent, cross-sector partnership has remained the systemic approach, and an understanding adopted for the purpose of implementing community development projects. Now, the cardinal focus of cross-sector partnership is to ensure total participation of various groups and for the purpose of enhancing sustainable community development according to Tennyson 2023. So it generally advocates, according to Tennyson, that in building partnership, it is usual practice for partners to focus on what each of their organizations contributes and why their contributions are important to the whole project in general. Now, Tennyson in her conceptualization added that every cross-sector partnership at some stage or the other faces the challenges of moving away from personalized to institutionalized collaboration. So attention has to move towards the institutionalization of partnership to avoid an almost inevitable crisis of sustainability, and then creating a gap of misinformation, including misunderstandings among various groups that make up the cross-sector partnership. So these are some of the things. And so besides the above, we postulated that the cross-sector collaboration can be called partnership when, for example, one, enough people and partners recognize it as an appropriate description of their working relationship, and two, those centrally involved are willing to define and see themselves as partners, and three, the partners continue to accept each other's legitimacy. So a key objective of this project, I will just mention one, of this research, was to identify projects or program methods carried out and the method of implementing this community development project in Rivers State. The significance of this study, is that the study will make up an important empirical and analytical contribution to the literature on the benefits and problems associated with community participation in cross-sector partnership. So basically the scope for us is the target communities in Rivers State, and these target communities have similar characteristics that have entered into cross-sector partnership with each other, that resulted in the initiation or implementation and sustainability of their projects in their different communities. And the three communities I'm focusing on right now is the Okehi community, Suku community, and Okuluma and Doki community, all in Rivers State, Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. So we in the course of the research, we asked ourselves what were the key roles of the change agents in cross-sector partnership. And according to Lemene, it postulated that, change agents in a cross-sector partnership plays the role of maybe capacity building, mobilization, facilitation, and guiding the process of implementing community development programs. And then Iwarime, of course, in his own theorization, unfolded that a change agent in a cross-sector partnership is a social or community worker who plays the role of a teaching, guidance, and counselor or sensitization or planning, assisting in the process of maybe implementing this project, monitoring and evaluation. Above all, devising a means of sustaining the project. So he added that, non-governmental organizations and social welfare officers, they also perform the role of change agents in the cross-sector partnership, where they are part of the cross-sector process. And then the tripartite relationship enhances the initiation of good and beneficial projects that involve the active participation of the beneficiaries. So in looking at these change agents, in this case where we worked on this research, the communities were the target group and the facilitator. We as social workers were the change agents working with these communities. As change agents, in the course of the research, we help the communities to exploit the available resources at their disposal. The resources are properly, tapped and used for the development of the community. That's what we wanted to unfold. We as change agents, we encourage the community to pool their meager resources together for the implementation of the particular project. And in the course of the research, also were facilitated and help the community to identify and prioritize their own needs. You see, so we just served as, in this case of change agents, we're just facilitators, bringing to life communities who didn't know they had this strength, like an asset-based community development process. So building the capacity of community was one of the things we did prior to the research, so that they can have their training done, their skills built, and then they can also step down this training as peer educators. So we also help the communities now to facilitate their preferring solutions to their own problems. And we ensure that the accurate information disseminated among the stakeholders were documented. So we just served and acted as a link between communities and donor, organizations to carry out the research so that communities can see the assets that so dwells in them. To a large extent also, we try to explore appropriate means of monitoring and evaluating the project that they identified to avoid things like mismanagement of fund, use of substandard materials, and abandonment of projects. So we try to work with communities to ensuring that these measures were in place to avoid those things in the long run, having identified the projects that they want. We also worked with them to exploit full human and material resources. All these are some of the things that were done, to carry out these activities. And then there were principles behind our activities. As the facilitators, we were guided by certain principles in order to raise the standard of the people, making them better actors and actors of matters affecting their own lives. And some of the key principles we worked with, community development principles we worked with included the needs identification process, the self-help and self-growth processes, and the citizens participation process. And for those who are on this call, I am almost certain that you are aware of the significance of these three key principles. For example, if you talk about needs participation, needs identification, you see that by needs identification, the people are able to identify what they need, and then prioritize what they need. And this was one of the key principles that we worked with. And this next principle we work with is the self-help. The principle of self-help is the main end product of community development. It's, in applying the principle, the community facilitators like us, who are the community workers working with them, we stimulate and encourage people to exploit to their advantage the resources which would otherwise be lying dormant, you see. So we stress that self-help, as a principle, makes use of underutilized labor and so increases the competence and confidence of a group or community in the handling of its affairs. So the principle recognizes that the habit of self-help is a prerequisite for achieving such community development. And this stresses the importance of changing the way people look at their responsibilities and of giving assistance, which supplements but never replaces initiatives or local efforts. So this principle also emphasizes that, for extension programs to be effective, the programs which is geared towards achieving community development must be planned to agree with the philosophy of helping the people to help themselves rather than doing things for them. So those are the principles we work when it comes to self-help. What about citizens' participation? Now, human-centered development rests on citizen participation. It is the enthusiasm and wholehearted participation of the people that make community development successful. So the citizens are therefore, involved in the planning, execution, and utilization of this process. So what were the results that we discovered? And we have in the presentation the results and the tables. I believe these papers, all my papers sent in, will be shared so that you can have a broader view about what this presentation is about. And then in the key results, we know that, for example, in one of the tables, the result shows that several projects were being carried out across various communities, demonstrating the growing needs of the intervention in line with the community's needs. However, there was a significant difference in the level of programs carried out among the development agencies in these target communities. For example, the mean level of human capacity development in Oke was just 2.2, in Soku it was just 2.8, and Okoloma 1.8. So the result shows that there was an increase in human capacities in Soku as against those other communities, which agrees with the West between 2008 and 2018 community change, which says that the human capital development is the first principle to economic development, and it's a very essential part of why one community could be more successful than others, because they have huge and better capital than others. Then we looked at other issues. What kind of initiatives were carried out? We looked at the different activities from human capital development. We looked at educational activities. What are the kind of activities that took place in the study area? We have poverty reduction issues, granting tuition, and mediation alternative, and also water and sanitation. These were carried out in different ranges across the different communities. And then community development planning and institutional training, partnership development, consensus building, and network cluster community foundation. These were all different activities that were carried out from the field survey. So in conclusion, from what we had done, we were able to note that the specific objective of the study was to identify the programs and then the methods of which these programs were implemented in different communities. And the sample size used for this research was just the target participants of 150. And for the purpose of achieving accurate representation, sample is for the entire population under study. Random sampling was employed, and the percentage analysis of various ANOVA and mean scores were used to analyze socioeconomic characteristics of the respondent. And the major findings show that growing importance of gender mainstreaming across this project was done, and it was discovered to a large extent, that some communities received more projects than others, and the method adopted was not as participatory as they now know based on their knowledge of what participation could be. And their prioritization method at the initial time when these projects were carried out was not the same, because now there's a difference. So the communities were able to see that indeed mainstreaming their own views will promote ownership, sustainability, and also build stronger initiatives as comparatively checked out in the different communities. So in conclusion, sustainable community development has found it very difficult to achieve the desired goals and objectives over the years in Nigeria. This is because the community development was carried out by the community alone, and the government reluctantly supporting them, but not through a strong partnership, and not through not with a strong facilitator or facilitation process. So the study confirmed that multi-party or multi-stakeholder partnership enhance greater participation and improvement in the quality of the lives of the people. In a similar way, both the human and material resources were pulled together for project planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. And once done, everybody sees themselves as playing a key role. So based on these major findings, the few recommendations I can list out here were done. One, there's a growing development intervention covering several projects, and there's need to have proper foundation for the identification of priority projects and programs for the community, so as to meet them at the point of their needs. There's one thing to want something, and there's another thing to need. And in terms of identifying the needs, so our community can own that process, we need to identify their priorities and be able to work with them to implementing the priorities identified. Secondly, it was discovered that in spite of growing interventions in the Niger Delta, the mean feeling of the various communities as happy is 1.7 as against 2.5, which still remains sad. This may largely mean that there's still a growing perception that people in Niger Delta still feel nothing has so far compensated for the intense degradation over the target communities. So there's need for mindset orientation, and there's need for improved skills, there's need for more participation, and there's need for complete genuine interest by donors and partners to developing these communities. With that, we'll see a lot more ownership, we'll see a lot more sustainability, and we'll see a lot more in terms of development across these impoverished communities. And they too can act and be strengthened. There will be community system strengthening so that they too can take on community development initiatives to sustain their livelihoods in their different communities. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Meena, for your insightful presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
And the participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand or use your chat box to share your details. Okay, then we'll move on to our next presentation. We congratulate you and thank you for joining us for the international conference. We wish you all the success, Dr. Meena. So next we have Stephen Gateya. He is a student of social work. He would be presenting on youth and crime. Stephen, you can introduce yourself along with your name, your university, place, before you start.
Okay, good evening.
Yeah, you can start your video also. And your PPT.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Stephen Mwangi Gadea, a social work student pursuing Bachelor of Social Work, and peer counselor in a school student. The first and foremost, I want to thank Dr. Ravindra and the research department, SRISASW, for this opportunity. It is glad to be given. I want to present youth and crime. What I understand is my objective is causes of crime, maybe the examples of crimes, consequences of crime, prevention of crime. A crime is antisocial, immoral, and behavior. Is illegal. Definition is a form of conduct which is declared to be socially harmful, instated in such forbidden by law, pain of some punishment, an intentional act or mention in violation of criminal law committed without defense or justification and sanction by the state, or felony of misdemeanor. An act of punishment by law as being forbidden by statute of all injurious to public welfare. Then there's felony, there's serious crimes that government punishes by death, incarceration in prison for at least a year. E.g., there is murder, rape, robbery, burglary. Then there's misdemeanor. These are minor crimes that government punishes by confinement in a local jail for a year or less. That is simple. Maybe example is a personal disorder. Maybe he has gone somewhere alone. Then there is a crime triangle, a crime offense. On the left, there is desire of commit crime.
Stephen, can you
Yes.
switch on your video? We can't see you.
Oh, I'm sorry. And now,
Yeah, now it's fine. Please continue. And your PPT?
okay, thank you. Then there's theories of crime.
Your
That
PPT
is
is not visible, ma. You have to click on share screen. Click on share screen and then select the window on which PPT is open. Do you find this share screen?
yes, I have seen it.
Yeah, you can click on that. Before that, you open your PPT in your system. Is there any problem?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen,
Yes,
do you have any issue?
on sharing the PPT.
Have you opened it in the system?
It's on the laptop.
After you open your PPT, you can click on share screen in Zoom. Yeah, now it's visible. Theories of crime.
Okay. Now, let me continue. Then there's theories of crime. Number one, there's a biological theory. It goes on crimes are atavistic and especially evolutionary and drawbacks. The brain were developed are not fully developed. The prisoner shared a number of common physical attributes such as foreheads and residing chins. The Roboros suggested that involvement of crime, that biological and biological characteristics criminal were born on that way. Roboros theory, especially in the biological positivism. Then there's critic, there's biochemical conditions, right to poor diet, hormone imbalance, neurophysiological conditions, e.g. learning, disability caused by brain damage, genetic inheritance of abnormality. Then this intelligence attempt to locate the
Stephen,
yes.
You may not read PPT as you were, presenting now before without PPT. You can continue normally. You can show whenever there is a appropriate slide. No need of reading PPT, ma.
Okay. Then there is a.
You can just keep presenting, and wherever if you need to show any slide, you can show the slide.
Okay. These sociological theories. This suggests about the crime shaped external of individuals. This goes to neighbors. This such you go to maybe children's remand homes where these delinquents are. You find that these are characterized by maybe poor housing, poor health, socioeconomic disadvantages, and transit population. These in Kenya, you find that here in Kakamega, you find where I had been an attachment, you find there is a lot of rising of many of these kids. They come to because of poverty and maybe parental living. It is poorly conditioned. That is sociological theory. Anomio theory. These are the goals of the society. More about where and more to achieve education, employment, and this gives us frustration and resentment and encourages people to legitimate illegal means to secure success. Maybe we can give an example for us as like students in universities. So maybe we do something in order to get some favors, and we secure something because we want to have a favor somewhere. There we get to do crimes. These are social control theory. So these people to obey the law. It engages the delinquents act to broken. These the norms that are in the society. That is the bedrock, the background. These are those who maybe the norms that guide the society. And in Kenya is about the norms and the culture. So under culture, there is a religion. The religion own have maybe inter-ethics. They have their own understanding about their norms. So these are those that bonds upon to us. And when you are gone, it goes to opposite of this up to abnormal. So when you control it, This is all about social control theory. So let me first go to cost and effects of the crime. Maybe with loss of life, there's medical cost, there is a loss of property, loss of income, pain, suffering, traumatic impacts, there's family, friends, loss of community, productivity, there's change of behavior. And this change of behaviors, when you look about where I have talked about delinquents, maybe that's where the adolescent changes. And when they change, we see that these kids and childhood, when they rise, the first thing on the change of behaviors, because according to even to dating, they want to maybe to compete with their peers. They want to live a likelihood to the peer pressures of others. They want to engage with the drug and abuse. They want to have the status of other friends. That's how the change of behaviors affect and this cost even to the other parents, because this it goes beyond the community and the names of the community. When it comes to maybe we say the university, let's talk about organization. University is an institution. So when a student does crime, the name of the institutions is not protected, because it creates an imagery which is not expected. And you know, the institutions is what shaped the future of the students. And the government spends more funds, more on police. When you check where had been attachment, you find that police, maybe they use more money on the vehicle, maybe to look, the monitoring, the probation officers, the treatments, maybe when they are going to the treatment, they were being beaten by the community. When you look about social workers, they maybe they train to look about the changes of this of the people. Then you can go to conclusions. I have said that it is crucial to stay away from crime, the world completely blind, and separating needs from desires. Even when you less money for survival, you must be happy with it instead of feeling it to contour yourself in the pool of crime. Stay in a crime-free environment. Thank you.
Congratulations, Steven. It was a very good presentation. Participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to ask or feel free to share. You can use chat box or unmute yourself or raise your hand. We can unmute. Okay, if there are no queries, then congratulations, Stephen. We wish you all the success in future endeavors. And then next We request all the speakers and presenters who are awaiting for their presentation to share their details in the chat box. And mostly today will be the last day for presentations. Tomorrow we will be having panelist sessions. So, and panelist presentations. So we might not get time tomorrow. So whoever is there, today will be the last day for presentations. So we request everyone to quickly share your topic, name, designation, organization in chat box so that we can invite you. And we would also like to inform you, presentation is just one step of entire formalities. All the speakers, presenters have to register using registration form for presenters. Then they have to share in the given format, which is also mentioned in the registration form and also on the website, along with your photograph, your CV profile, and your PPT and other required documents files as mentioned on the website or on the registration form. Then you are requested to proceed for presentation. Then you have to provide feedback. Then you will be eligible for the certificate. So without completing these formalities, no certificates will be issued for the presenters. We have mentioned it clearly on the website. So don't think that just by completing presentations, you are completing all the formalities. All formalities have to be completed mandatorily by all the presenters, and all the participants have to register and attend, participate, and provide feedback so that they can be eligible for the certificates. All the information has been provided on the website clearly. We have mentioned everything. Without completing all the formalities, certificate shall not be issued, and format has to be strictly followed because it is a template from where system will automatically pick the data. So if you change the format, again, you might face issues in generating your certificate. So we request everyone to copy the format to your email, and then you fill up the details and you attach the required files all in a single mail. Do not send each file in a different mail. Again, that will create a lot of problem because without your details, if you send your files, we don't know whose file is this. And again, you will have difficulty to get your certificate. So ensure that everyone follows the instructions presented on the website. Preferably before the presentation or after the presentation at the earliest, before the conclusion of conference. Once the conference is concluded, all the registration forms will be closed. So you will not have an opportunity, you will not be issued certificate. So we are very much clear about it. We have mentioned it clearly on the website and also on the all registration forms. Whoever is completing all the formalities will only be getting certificates. And this has to be completed by tomorrow night. And day after tomorrow, all the registration forms will be closed and will not be reopened. So we request everyone, whoever has not completed, whoever has not registered and not completed formalities, to quickly complete all the formalities as mentioned on the website. For awards, we have already mentioned every award category, they have to make a presentation. So those who have applied for awards need to make presentation. They need to register for the presentation, and they have to make a presentation, and they have to provide documentary evidence of all the claims they are making for which they think that they are eligible for the award. All these instructions are available on the website. You can kindly go through that, and by tomorrow, whoever has applied for nominations for awards has to complete all the formalities so that we can consider it. Actually, the last date has been completed long back. It was 15th March, but we have kept it open because many did not qualify for the presentations because they did not complete the formalities. We got 80 plus papers, but very few has completed their formalities. So that's why we rejected. In fact, we did not give approval to many of the papers for not completing the formalities. So those who got approval for presentations are under the obligation to complete all the formalities within the prescribed time, without which no certificate shall be issued. So we request everyone to quickly complete the formalities. And those who are available in the conference, whose presentations are pending, we request everyone to quickly share your details in the chat box, your topic, your name, designation, and organization, so that we can invite you. And next we have Sakina.
Good evening, Dr. Ravindra Garu, sir. Should I go ahead with the presentation?
Yeah, ma'am. Just a second, ma'am. So Sakina, introduce yourself and start your audio, video, and presentation, ma'am.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please come.
Can you see how do I share the screen because this file is on Canva app. Let me try and open it from
You have to open it from browser, ma'am, in Canva. Then you need to click on share screen. Then you have to share that browser window.
Okay, I have
You have to switch on your video also. It is mandatory, we have mentioned, because we need to maintain records also of the person who has presented.
Yes, sir. Could you please let me know if you can see? Is this visible to you?
That hello slide is there.
Oh, okay. My audio and video is not coming up how to do that. Let me start, sir.
You are audible, but you need to switch on your camera, video.
Um, I'm not able to, sir.
Okay,
Audio
then
is
continue.
visible.
Then you
I'll
need
continue in between if I get a chance. I'll go ahead. Good evening, Dr. Ravindra Garu, sir, keynote speakers, presenters, and participants. It is an honor to be a part of this program and conference. A brief introduction about myself. I come from an education background with years of experience in director's role, evaluating the school education program, ensuring optimal performance of educators and faculty through classroom observations, improving teaching practices through collaboration with community members from educational fields. My passions are commitment to social work and volunteering for causes that are connected with quality education, promoting peace, and encouraging health and well-being. I would like to take this opportunity to give special thanks to Dr. Ravindra sir, Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, and Sri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing for organizing this conference. And most of all, setting a platform that is diverse and encourages people from across the globe to join in this learning experience. The key components of this session are importance of social emotional learning and well-being in an educational environment, the challenges which educators and students face, and exploring potential measures to overcome them. But before we start with that, I'd like to highlight the two topics that are selected in my research and presentation this evening. They align with Vidya Amrit Mahotsav, which is a branch of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav launched by the Indian Ministry of Education. Vidya Amrit Mahotsav was announced on August 25th last year as a national education festival to promote and recognize innovations that all teachers, educators, and school leaders across the country bring to their classrooms and schools. My topic sessions also align with UN SDGs. What are SDGs? By now, most of the participants from this enriching conference in the last few days must be familiar with Sustainable Development Goals. Dr. Ravindra sir and many of our learned speakers have shared information about it. One of the keynote speakers, Matt Perilstein from EQ4 Peace Worldwide, California, USA, has also mentioned about the Sustainable Development Goals in his presentation, which covered 4 SDGs set by the United Nations. So, in short, and for those who have not heard of it before, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or global goals as they are called, are a collection of 17 interlinked objectives that are designed to serve as a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet for now and into the future. My presentation this evening covers 2 of those important goals. SDG number 3, that is health and well-being, and SDG number 4, which is quality education. Social emotional learning, that is SEL, is the process of developing self-awareness, self-control, and interpersonal skills that are vital for school, work, and being a good citizen in the community and on this planet. Children with strong social emotional skills are better able to cope with everyday challenges and benefit academically, professionally, and socially. Where do they develop the SEL skills? Children learn and develop social emotional learning skills at school, in their classrooms, in their family environment, the neighborhood, from their neighbors, and the communities they live in. They learn it from their role models, from their friends circle, and most importantly, from their teachers and parents, and also from the positive environment around them. Even though social emotional learning is not a part of the school curriculum, it plays an integral part in the development of each student from a very early stage, which then defines their outlook towards life. Yes, children go through a lot of emotions and experience complex feelings, just like adults. When they are not expressed and when they are not dealt with expressing themselves, these pent-up emotions, frustration can turn into depression, later into anger, and sometimes even rage. Well-implemented social emotional learning programs positively affect a student's success in school. Studies and research shows that social emotional skills such as problem solving, self-regulation, impulse control, and empathy help improve academics, reduce negative social behaviors, and create positive classroom climates. Young learners spend roughly about 7 hours at school each day. From the toddler's age well into their teens, they are at school. It is vital they explore social emotional learning skills in the school. From an academic standpoint, students who participated in social emotional learning programs saw a high percentage increase in their overall well-being and their academic achievement. They showed improved classroom behavior and increased ability to manage stress and depression, better attitudes about themselves, others, and school. This directly connects the school with the quality of education through social emotional learning and well-being of the students. SEL also helps promote all young people and adults as well to thrive personally and academically, develop and maintain positive relationships, become lifelong learners, and contribute to a more caring and peaceful world. Hence, we can easily define social emotional learning, that is SEL, as an integral part of education and human development. What are some of the barriers or issues and difficulties for implementing SEL in the schools? The faculties and educators that I connected and interacted with at a government primary school in Hyderabad, Telangana, and the Children's International School in Virginia, USA, both of them have expressed deep belief in the importance of SEL, social emotional learning, and are passionate about implementation in their classrooms. However, the ground reality for many educators and SEL leaders is that a series of barriers exist that can hinder and occasionally prevent effective social learning in schools. For educators, here are the challenges: teacher readiness for social emotional learning, educator workload, stress, and burnout. For the students, the challenges include student readiness for social emotional learning, barriers to access to it, resource and time availability. These barriers can result in decreased confidence for teachers implementing a social emotional curriculum in the classroom. This is a complex problem to solve for schools in their provision of a comprehensive and cohesive program. Exploring tips to overcome these issues. Teachers can implement smaller portions of the social emotional learning lessons. This way, students get the opportunity to digest the topic and can practice their social and emotional skills on the go. It's better to teach SEL in smaller portions rather than not teach at all. Another way to potentially overcome this problem is to weave social emotional learning into practical practice and use it. A great workaround for this challenge is to weave key social learning skills into other areas of the study. Not only does this save time, it helps students integrate their learnings and understand how SEL skills fit into their broader life and society. Assessments. SEL assessments typically provide a quantitative score or result which can be used to compare each student individually or in group settings. A couple of basic social emotional learning assessment questions that every teacher should be asking are very simple. Your teacher could ask, how supported do you feel in your class? What did you learn from working with others today? A simple question like that can open up the student's expressions, feelings, and more conversation about how he or she feels. Now here's a sample image of a basic survey, after which an assessment can be done, if needed. If you notice, the first question itself is very open-ended. And this can be asked at any time. Not all questions have to be asked at the same time. Any question can be asked. A teacher is the key connection for the student. And if the teacher feels that, if the educator feels that her student is not performing great or is showing a different behavior, then any of these questions can be put through. This is also easy for an assessment, an early prior assessment, to understand if this child needs further conversations or furthermore assessments to help with his or her situation. The 3 ways SEL assessment can support teaching and learning are formative assessment. Formative assessment is designed to help educators modify instruction to improve student learning. Summative assessment is designed to evaluate student learning at the end of an instructional period. And the important one here is also the last one, continuous improvement. It is an ongoing effort to improve instruction through cycles of assessment, planning, instruction, and reflection. These 3 ways of assessment can be thought of as an integrated ongoing process. Well, at the end of it, we must remember that social emotional learning curriculum is structured around the 6 pillars of student well-being: student engagement, positive behavior, emotional resilience, learning capability, and of course, social skills. The SEL programs, through several student interactions and observations, the SEL programs and assessments on how the students are able to adapt to and successfully navigate the complexities of daily life. I conclude my presentation this evening with a note of thanks to the listeners, with the hope that I was able to drive home the points that I made in this session. And once again, my sincere thank you with gratitude and appreciation towards Dr. Ravindra Garu sir, and Sri Holistic Health Foundation India for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you and stay blessed, everyone.
Congratulations, Sakina. Very well presented.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to share your observations or queries. You can unmute yourself or you can raise your hand or use your chat box. If there are no queries, then we will move on to our next session. We request all the speakers and presenters who are due for their presentations, quickly share your details in the chat box. Next, we have with us Ali Gohar from Sindh Agriculture University, Pakistan. Ali, you can raise your hand. Yeah, you can start your video and presentation, ma. Ali Gohar.
जी सर.
आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन वीडियो ऑन कीजिए और प्रेजेंटेशन भी चालू करिए.
जल्दी कर रे. Sir, kindly share the presentation because we have a network issue.
Where is your presentation, ma?
Sir, I have sent to the emails.
We have not received any presentation. Are you presenting now, ma?
Sir, I will present after the next participant because sir, I have some network issue.
Okay, ma. You be ready. So anyone else would like to present? feedback form has been raised. We request everyone to quickly attend to feedback form.
Sir, can I go ahead? Nagraj here.
Nagraj, yeah, just a second. Let me give you permission. Yeah, Nagaraj, you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. You can introduce yourself and start. Ali, you can send your PPT to the same email address which is mentioned on the website and also on the registration form.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please continue.
Yeah.
But we
So
can't
good evening,
see
everybody.
you.
Yeah.
If you are comfortable.
Video is not coming. Can you again give the co-host? Because it is.
Okay, just. And now?
Yeah. Am I visible now?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll start. So, good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday to all. Hope all is well, and I'm very happy for this excellent conference, social work conference is happening across the world, across the globe, and especially on this Social Work Day. I should really thank Sri Holistic and Dr. Ravindra sir and all the organizers, all the participants who are here. And I'm going to present today about my topic, that is youth welfare and social work. As you all know, social workers play a vital role in youth welfare. Youth are the icons, youth are the main pillars. Youth energy, youth are the inspirations. And when you say youth, youngsters, especially youngsters, means everybody will have the belief that youth are the main persons who can contribute excellently to the country's development. When I say youth welfare refers to the services and activities designed for care and protection and rehabilitation and protection and participation of youth in the difficult situations and adjustment and growth and development of youth in all the areas, all the sectors. So youth nowadays are there, we call them as youngsters, we call them youth are the nation builders, youth are the main icons of this country. So when you say youth persons, they play a vital role in the development of our country with regarding to the fostering and strengthening of the social consciousness against the all social evils. And youth leaders are contributing to the country's unity and prosperity, and we can use the knowledge, skill, ability and the resources of the youth force is a special, because Americans once said Indian youth power is excellent. Because of that, lot of doctors, engineers, lawyers, everybody is contributing Americans' development, especially Indians. So that is why I say youth are the contributors for social, economic, legal, social change. Everything youth only are doing. So when you say youth, it is a age between 18 to 30 years or 35 years. So that is in between childhood and the adulthood, adolescent or adulthood. We call them as adolescent also. So when you say youth, young bloods are very strong, very energetic, very efficient, very effective. Whatever work you give, they will do perfectly, properly. But only problem which we are facing is youth are not giving proper training. Youth are not giving proper awareness. So let us now look out the problems of youth. Already Vincent specifically said about youth and crime, which was an excellent presentation. As a student, he did an excellent way. So what I would like to tell you, problems means most of in the rural areas, youth are sitting in the one place and discussing all unwanted political issues, which is waste actually. And poverty is a major problem. Most of the youths are facing health issues, unemployment. Youths are facing alcoholic and drug abuse, obesity, because a lot of people sitting in the one place and they're not moving. So that is a major problem. A lot of violence is there, terrorism is there, teenage pregnancy is happening, peer pressure is there, peer group pressure is there in the youth, depression and ragging is the major problem in colleges. So gender discrimination and inequalities are there, economic problems, some social issues people face as stigma is there, robbery or smuggling is there, social issues, crimes are there. So delinquency, lot of problems these youths are facing. So we need to, as a social workers, we have to solve the problem of youth. So now I would like to take to you to the youth development programs, what and all is there. So youth, when you say they do good sports, lot of medals they won for this country, we should congratulate all the youths. Lot of scouts, guides are there for youths. They do voluntary movements. When you say tree plantation or road cleaning or lot of social activities, youths are involved in a very big way, especially when you say NSS, National Service Scheme, NCC, National Cadets, so Nehru Yuvak Sangha, Nehru Yuvak Kendra, so National Youth Sanghas, so National Youth Course, Prime Minister Kaushalya Vikas Yojana, and we have assistance to National Youth, sports for the youths. So Sports Federation is there for the youth. So SAI is there, that is Sports Authority of India. It is giving encouragement for youth to play any sports. Lot of sports persons are produced as a youngsters. Lot of youths are, they need a good education programs are there. Scholarship is there, hostel facility is there. Cultural development of the youth. They are good in music, dance, drama. So they will give a lot of awareness as a youth. Youth affairs especially and sports affairs. So we have Ministry of Youth and Sports Affairs, which is contributing a lot for the development of the country's youth. So a lot of youth sanghas are there. We call it as self-help groups of youth. So we have National Rajiv Gandhi Institute for Youth Development, so which is also contributing for the youth development. We have got international cooperation. Each country is having building the youth relationship. Even from our Rotary Club also, we have got Rotaract Club for colleges, Interact Club for the schools, and we have youth exchange programs for different countries. We have Railas, that is a lot of competitions we conduct and give the prizes to the winners. And we build the lot of youth leaders we build. They contribute a lot for the nation development, community development. So we need to improve lot of melas, job melas we need to conduct for the youth, and we should give jobs because a lot of unemployment is there. We should improve the communication skills of the youth so that youth will can contribute a lot. So you all know we have got a lot of role models. Youth gives a lot of responsibilities they take. We celebrate Youth Day on every year on January 12th. So we have got our Vivekananda who said, arrive, awake, and try until you get success. Because of by seeing youth only, he said all these things. So National Youth Policy has been framed by Government of India on 2021. Its main objective is to focus on 5 important priorities or areas such as action of youth and youth development, such as providing education for youth, providing employment and training for youth, development of the entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship and skill development. Skill development is very, very important for the youth and entrepreneurship. A lot of entrepreneurs like we got Aziz Premji. So many youngsters became rich people in this country. Lakshmi Mittal, all these people, once upon a time, they were our youngsters. Now they grown up in a very big way. Vishweswaraya, even he was also youth icon. He contributed a lot to this country's development. So like that, youth leadership should be created in a very big way. And youth health and fitness is very, very important. We need to encourage the youth for the sports activities, and we need to give justice for the youth. So we announced this policy in 2021, and it is implemented in 22 and 23 also. So youth unrest, we have two topics. One is youth unrest. Youth unrest is a collective action or revolting the youth, that is group of young people against the current state of dissolution or some dissatisfaction. If they are dissatisfied, if they are disillusion, if some injustice happening, if there is some problems happening, youth are the first persons in the society who protest, who revolt, who fight and take the justice from the society. We have a lot of examples like Chico movement and anti-Hindi movements are there in Chennai, and we got West Bengal. We had movement, Bhudan movement, Sarvodaya movement. These are all the youth's major movements. When you say the other topic, that is youth agitation, youths will not simply keep quiet. They will fight against injustice. They will, struggle, and they unite, and they bring all the people together and against the, individuals' problems, or they don't want to do any injuries. They don't want to do injustice. They don't want to do any destructions, but they want to do social protest. That is aggression. That is a movement that is harm the objects or the person due to the hostility. Because of the hostility, they make the agitations, and they fight and they take justice. We have got the freedom movement where Mahatma Gandhi fought when he was a youth. He united all the youths, and he made a movement, and we got the independence because of Mahatma Gandhi. So like major movements in the freedom we would like to stress upon is Satyagraha movement. Let lot of people, Dandi Satyagraha, a lot of people participated. Non-cooperation movement, farmers movement, laborers movement, home rule movement, women movements, Bhudan movement for this land, this one providing land, and Sarvodaya movement, that is for well-being of all the people. Movement in Assam, movement in West Bengal. Like this, lot of movements have taken place basically for creating awareness, creating sensitivity, creating issues like they want government to interfere and resolve their issues. Ulfa movement, especially in Assam, when you say they wanted to get justice, that is why they made a movement. So now Naxalites also made a lot of movements as a youth, and they got justice. So now that problem has solved in a very big way. So government is doing a lot of security and a lot of programs for the well-being of these people. So now I would like to take you to the what are the roles of social workers in the welfare of youth. So one is you all should contribute basically for the career development of all the youth. That means when they study 12th standard or degree or post-graduation, they don't know where they get jobs. So we need to provide counseling. Career counseling is very, very important. Support to get jobs, and build them in the families, especially when they grow old, when they grow youth. Some people doesn't take care of their parents. We should create awareness to take care of their old parents. That is a major thing. And we should encourage youth to build the relationship and to build self-esteem and self-confidence in them. We need to provide training, education, employment. That is basic livelihood. So whatever the basic needs they need, we need to provide health, training, education, and we need to create awareness about social issues. We need to involve them. We need to unite them and ask them to fight for their justice, especially for the jobs. We all the disabled persons joined together and fought for. We did a long agitation, long protest with the parliament. So 15 days we made a protest to get the Disability Act in 1995. We got that 1995 Persons with Disability Act. In the same way, in 2016 also, we made protest in the parliament, near the parliament and near the assemblies. We got rights of persons with disability. Like that, we have to enhance the youth personality. We have to enhance we have to motivate the youth people to come forward and participate in all the community developmental activities. And we need to ask the youth to think about the nation. We need to empower the youth. We need to use their resources. We need to change the attitude of the youth. We need to become advocates, and we should frame the policies for the youths, and we should provide the rights for the youths by social action. And we need to create a leadership in the youth, especially we need to do the SWOT analysis, that is strength, weakness, opportunities, and analysis. And we should set the goal. We should create a leadership in the youth. We should create a confidence in the youth. we should create energy, we should create abilities, we should create knowledge, skills, attitude, and we should encourage youth, especially weak members, to participate in all the activities, and we should make them to perform all the activities and achieve their objectives and take up, become a strong role models. We should make them to become a role model. So Vivekananda, Subhash Chandra Bose, they're all the pillars. They're all the inspiration persons for the youth. So with that, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and I want to congratulate this team for organizing all the topics over here, and all of us are joining together for learning so many things. So that is why, as you all are youth, so kindly become a strong youth, become a sensitive youth, and improve our nation. Concentrate on this. Definitely, you will become the role model for everybody. Thank you, Ravindra sir, and everybody for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagarajji, for your observations and insights. Participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to unmute yourself or share in chat box or raise your hand. If there are no queries, then we'll move on to our next session. Congratulations, Nagaraj. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
So next, Ali, are you ready for your presentation?
Sir, I am ready for presentation, sir, but my presentation is related to agriculture, and which I was conducted the research.
It's a multidisciplinary. You can present on agriculture also.
Okay. Sir, I've sent my presentation to the email.
But as of now, it would not be possible to share from our end. So you have to do it from your side only.
Sir, I'll try.
Okay. If any such support is required, you have to inform us well in advance. Okay, you can start your video, audio, and presentation. Ali?
Sir, I'm trying, but it's taking a few.
Okay. In the meanwhile, any other speakers waiting for their presentation? Share your details in chat box so that we can invite you next. In the meanwhile, you can also click the feedback, fill the feedback form.
Sir, my picture is not showing. Can I present directly?
Okay, you continue.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable chairs, co-chairs, and respected research scholars and dear participants, Assalamu alaikum. It's an honor for me to present my research paper in the first international conference. Basically, myself, Ali Gaur, basically, I'm from Pakistan in the province of Sindh, and my qualification is I studied in the Sindh Agriculture University in the Department of Agronomy final year. The title of my presentation is Effect of Different Soil and Germination Media on the Seedling Stages of Mustard Crop under the Greenhouse Condition. Now I will read the introduction. Mustard, Brassica juncea, is a significant oilseed crop worldwide, including Pakistan. Mustard is a very important crop. It belongs to family Brassicaceae, and scientific name of mustard is Brassica juncea. There are many oilseed crops cultivated in Pakistan, and mustard is one of them. Its cultivation is significant due to importance of its oil production. Mustard requires well-drained, sandy, loamy soil. Rapeseed mustard has a low water requirement, 240 to 400 millimeters, which fits well in the rain-fed cropping system. Mustard follows C3 phosphates for carbon assimilation. Therefore, it has an efficient photosynthetic response at 15 to 20 degrees centigrade temperature. At this temperature, the plant achieves maximum carbon dioxide exchange range, which is declined thereafter. Incorporation of waste management practices or promising new technologies can further improve the performance of the varieties in the particular agroclimatic situation. Considering all these facts, the present experiment was planned to evaluate the effects of various soil and different growth mediums on preliminary growth stages of mustard crop under the greenhouse condition. Now, next slide is materials and methods. The experiment was conducted at Sindh Agriculture University, subcampus Markot under the greenhouse condition. The pot experiment consists of 4 growing medias. It includes T1 clay soil, T2 sandy soil, T3 cotton, and T4 tissue paper. The layout were used in experiment was RCBD result. The treatment T1 clay control shows the maximum germination percentage. The analysis of variance shows the maximum germination was recorded in T1 clay soil and the minimum germination was recorded in T4. Table number 2, seedling height. The maximum germination percentage was recorded in T1 5.93 and minimum germination was recorded in T4 1.83. Table number 3, seedling dry and fresh weight. The maximum seedling dry weight was recorded in T1 0.129 and minimum seedling dry weight was recorded in CD 0.38. Seedling fresh weight. Now table number 4, root length. The maximum root length was recorded in T1 2.56 and the minimum result was recorded in T4 1.5. Conclusion. From the present study, it is concluded that there is a good scope for the development of microgreens in mustard. The character germination percentage of seeds at day 3 were shown early performance in treatment T1 and T3. The treatment T1 tissue paper clay soil shown a highest plant height 5.8 centimeter at day 15. Seedling weight 0.127 gram were shown at highest performance on T1 clay soil. Root weight 2.6 gram were shown highest performance on T2 clay soil. Thank you, sir.
Very short presentation, ma. So what did
Sir,
you
I
find out?
conducted
Please continue. You were saying something? Ali?
Ji, sir.
You are doing which course, ma?
जी सर.
आप अभी कौन सा कोर्स पढ़ रहे हैं?
Sir, I am still studying in the Department of Agronomy.
Agronomy.
Yes, sir.
कौन सा कोर्स है वो?
सर इसमें ये होता है कि हमारी जो फील्ड क्रॉप्स जो होते हैं ना उसकी मैनेजमेंट की जाती है. इसलिए सर मैंने रिसर्च जो कंडक्ट किया था ग्रीन हाउस कंडीशन में किया था कंडक्ट. और सर इसकी जो मैंने डेटा लिया वो 25 डेज तक है.
5 days का डेटा है?
जी जी सर 25 डेज.
25 days. अच्छा, इसमें क्या पता करें अब?
सर इसमें मैंने ये एस्टिमेट करना था कि जो क्ले सॉइल में या जो सैंडी सॉइल में होती है इसकी जो परफॉर्मेंस होती है वो कैसी है।
अच्छा, तो कैसी है परफॉर्मेंस?
सर इसमें जो सैंडी सॉइल और क्ले सॉइल जो थी उसकी जो रेंज थी वो थोड़ी कम थी, मीडियम थी। सैंडी सॉइल में इसकी परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी थी पर T1 क्ले सॉइल से बेहतर नहीं थी।
अच्छा, तो इसके लिए क्या करेंगे हम? कुछ सॉल्यूशंस दिए रिसर्च के? हाँ बोलिए।
सर इसमें सजेशन ये है कि मैंने भी प्रेजेंट किया था, इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ था हमारे जो थर के इलाके में बायोडाइवर्सिटी अवेयर जोन पे। सर उसमें मैंने प्रेजेंट किया था। सर उसमें ये था कि हमारे जो एरिड जोन में क्योंकि वाटर की स्कैर्सिटी है इसलिए हमारा क्रॉप सही तरीके से ग्रो नहीं हो सकता। अगर वाटर की फैसिलिटी हो तो ये क्रॉप अपनी परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी दिखा सकता है।
अच्छा, तो आप ही बोल रहे पानी नहीं है बराबर बोल के, फिर पानी कहाँ से आएगा?
सर पानी का ये हमारे पास इशू ये है कि हमारे जो कैनाल सिस्टम है वो सही तरीके से नहीं बनी हुई है।
अच्छा, तो वो पानी का तो उसको बनाना एक सॉल्यूशन है। जब पानी नहीं होता जैसे पहले जैसा ही है तो क्या कर सकते हैं? और
सर इसमें ये भी हो सकता है कि हमारे जो सैंडी सॉइल में उसमें क्या करेंगे ऑर्गेनिक मैन्यूर इस्तेमाल करके पर उसमें सर जो सॉइल इस्तेमाल की थी सैंडी इस्तेमाल की थी।
अच्छा, बढ़िया। तो ये कौन सा कोर्स है? बैचलर्स कोर्स है या मास्टर्स कोर्स है?
सर अभी मैं बैचलर में हूँ, ये 4 इयर्स की डिग्री है उसमें पढ़ता हूँ, फाइनल ईयर चल रहा है।
ये बीएससी एग्रीकल्चर है?
जी सर, बीएससी एग्रीकल्चर।
अच्छा, ठीक है। कंग्रेचुलेशंस अली गोहर जी।
थैंक्स सर।
Very well presented, but you can improve a lot. Maybe in future you can perform much more better. So congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to unmute yourself and share your observations either in chat box or by unmuting yourself. Dr. Ilango Punnuswamy, you have unmuted. If you have any queries, feel free to share. Otherwise, we'll move on to Dr. Punnuswamy. So you have any presentation now?
Yes, sir. Can I present now, sir? I'm audible?
Yeah, but have you shared your details in chat box?
Sorry, sir.
Immediately.
Can I share it now, sir?
Yeah,
now
yeah.
only I get the information, that's why, sir.
Okay, you share your topic, name, designation, organization, and the place from where you are joining.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Now itself I.
And you be prepared. Anyone else would like to present or requested to are requested to share your details like your topic, name, organization, name, designation, organization, and the place from where you are joining. And also all the presenters are requested to register themselves and complete formalities, because today is the last day for presentations, most probably. That's why we are giving you an opportunity. But once you have made presentation, you are under the obligation to complete the formalities, then only certificates will be issued.
Sir, I have sent my details via chat.
Okay, you are using some other side, Ima?
Yeah, sir.
Okay.
Can I need to convert it to my side, sir? Or can I present?
Just a second, ma. I will rename. You cannot do it from your side. Okay, ma. Now you can start your audio and video and your PPT.
Okay, sir.
With your introduction.
Is it visible, sir?
Please continue.
A very warm good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Priya ICSWSRDISASD, Research Scholar from the Department of Social Work, Varadhasan University, and I have 4 years of teaching experience as assistant professor in the Kuriakose College, Kerala, and I received ICSR fellowship for the research. Thank you. And now I'm taking the topic as elderly care and ethical issues. As we all know that we are always calling the people, the marginalized groups, those who are deprived and they are having so much of difficulties and problems associated in satisfying their basic needs. In the section of marginalized people, we can say that women, children, and also elderly. Elderly group in the sense, the vulnerable persons which are included in that. So here, we should need to know what are care which we have to give for the elderly. Because sometimes some people have most of all the people, we can say like after attaining the age 60 and above, they are having some problems, sometimes for the mobility problems or health issues. Here in taking care of the elderly, as we all know that it is always a problem for them, and also if the caregivers also getting some affected problems. And here the authors, myself, Priya, as I already mentioned, and co-author is Dr. J.O. Jerida Nanjan Eljo, and she is an associate professor working in the Department of Social Work, Varadhasan University, and she is my guide too. Here, coming to the introduction, as per the National Statistics Office, Elderly in India 2021 study, India's elderly population aged 60 and more is expected to reach 194 million in 2031, up 41% from 138 million in 2021. So coming to this, checking the statistical background of the elderly population, we can identify that the Kerala is having the highest elderly population, and it is around 16.5, and it is lead and trailered by Tamil Nadu 13.6%. So increased physical, mental, and financial pressures on family members. As I mentioned earlier, they are having health issues. They are sometimes prone to diseases or disabilities, and if they are having mobility issues, they are fully dependent or partially dependent to their family members or the caregivers. So the caregivers also need to get attention, and combined with increased fragility of the older persons can create a dangerous situation as our population ages and then become severely disabled and cognitively challenged. Their physical problems, they will face physical problems as well as they will face thinking ability for problems. And coming to the background of the study, the consequence of the steadily growing elderly population, loads of psychological and medical problems need to be a prior concerns of elderly care. As we all know, if we are doing an elderly care, we can identify that if they are not even taking much time to speak to others, or they are not even getting enough accessories and services to satisfy their basic needs, then the problems will be emerged and psychological problems will be emerged. Most of the cases, they may be depressed or stressed. So, for in taking care of the elderly people, we should need to focus on the psychological aspects of the elderly. And ethical issues adversely affect an individual's way of life during old age. So, psychological problems are there, social problems are there, financial problems are there. But as the all time, they need to be aware about what all are the ethical situations and ethical considerations they have. Then only they can cope up with the situations more friendly. And the practical intervention in the area of elderly care is habitually uptight with vagueness and ethical problems, and the request of practical principles is very low than conveying it to the individual and ethical issues and supervision of welfare and health of elderly people. As we know, there are different kinds of people are emerging, these different kinds of awareness programs are conducting all over the world. But implementation is sometimes so difficult because the unawareness will create tremendous problems in the elderly care, and they will not make initiatives to know what all are the strategies they can implement to survive. And coming to the objectives which we have set, to describe the major ethical constraints that affect the elderly people and to understand ethical issues linked to the care of elderly people, and to describe the major ethical principles that have an impact on older adults' health care. Coming to the methodology, the aim of the study, which focused on the goal of this literature study, is identifying ethical issues that all the persons face, as well as the barriers that prevent them from receiving the service. As I mentioned, the unawareness is one of the barrier. As we know that if a person is having a problem or difficult financial or psychosocial implications or problems, sometimes they can there are so many resources available to cope up with all these problems, but due to certain circumstances, due to certain shades that will act as a hindrance between the services and assessing the needs. And setting of the study, there are 50 articles were taken for describing the ethical issues of elderly population. And coming to the ethical issues, decision-making capacity in the family or in the group, in the social group, they are not, they sometimes they can able to make decisions, but others will not agree or they will not provide much time and considerations for their decision. Sometimes they will not able to take decisions because of their terminal illness or because of their disabilities. So decision-making capacity is also one of the ethical issues. And informed consents, or if you are saying about their own health, if it is in the verge stages, or they have no any financial assistance for the treatment and medications, and they that time also they can inform and they can get privilege from the government, and there are some provisions for providing. In each state it is different, and can easily get a free assistance and free healthcare services. And in the case of persons those who are having financial assistance and property and assets, that time also informed consent is one of the core factor in ethical issues. The advantage directive. Sometimes the people can able to direct everything to the people there in the family or there in the caregivers list, and sometimes they will not have a, it is same like the decision making capacity. They cannot able to take much priority for their health due to the illness and severeness of the illness. So that time also there should be a need of advanced directive and decision making paradigm for ethical dilemmas. So there are so many dilemmas which is existing in the current situation, and if they are not even unaware about that, and they will be get mistaken, and they will their situation will be worsened. And psychosocial aspects of aging, as I said, there are so many problems. If anybody is there is nobody to take care of the elderly properly, there is nobody to take care of their basic needs. As in the Millennium Development Goals also, it is pointed out the water, sanitation and hygiene is also important in taking care of the elderly. So if that is also not happen or not taking care properly, then psychosocial aspects of aging related problem will emerge. And strategies of elderly people. There are so many approaches that can be appropriate to circulate information concerning legal and ethical rights which help the older people. As I mentioned, if they are unaware about the factors and unaware about the barriers, there are so many barriers that make a hindrance to seek their help and also seek the basic needs. So if they are not even aware about all these things, then it will make a hindrance and it will always act as a shield, and they will be they will be prone to some diseases or discomforts. So we, as a social worker, I am from social work background. So here I need to know what all strategies can be applied for to make them aware, how I can able to psychoeducate them, how can I able to make them confident to attain all these provisions. So that is very important. And one of the approaches is that the printed resources should be accessible in public vernaculars. The other aspect we need to focus is about community organizations. In each institutions, in every state, I think in hospitals also, in NGOs also, they are having a particular department like community organization or programs for community organization. They need to do certain programs for the community or people in a month or per month or per year or something. So in that time also we can directly enter to the older people, those who are residing in the village or in the remote area, and we can aware them, we can make them more prominent, make them more aware about all the legal formalities, or sometimes they are facing issues and challenges. The unawareness will lead to the people not even awareing that I am facing some issues. I can able to pop up, or I have my own solution to pop up all these issues. The other aspect we need to focus is about community organization, and they are very essential for decision making. In this case, I also need to mention, if a person is having a problem, the elderly people is having a problem, if other family members or nobody to support or taking care of the elderly, the society itself can create a mass organization to identify what all are the needs or what all are the immediate needs and wants to take care of the elderly people. And older people living in remote areas, strategies that can be applicable for older people, those who are living in remote areas, are the availability of media involvement like broadcast media, radio and television and teleconferencing, information distribution via the leaflets, notices, etc., cassette tapes, videotapes, CD-ROMs, or other video visual aid may be suitable for some elderly people. in the remote or in tribal areas, the elderly people cannot able to see or need to cannot able to aware about these kinds of legal and ethical issues through TV or televisions or something. So at that time, and illiterate people cannot able to read the leaflets and pamphlets. So we have to identify the areas and we have to segregate who all are who all are the people and what all are the medias will be suitable for them to acquire. Then people with disabilities, older people with a disability can use teleconferencing. As I mentioned, we are particularly focusing on elderly people and the ethical issues they are facing. But considering the elderly people, we can also identify that if they are having any disabilities or discomfort, or they are having any terminal illness, or they will be bedridden, that people will be having, they are facing so many problems, and they are having very prone to diseases and discomfort. So here, as a social worker, PhD scholar, here I have made it professional tips for upholding ethical principles and tips for key ethical principles in family caregivers. First, inquire about your institutional ethical policies. If the people or we are working as a professional social worker, we should need to know how the institution is working and institution is taking care of the ethical principles and policies, and review the code of ethics for your profession. In social work also, we have NSW code of ethics. National Social Work Association has made a code of ethics. So in that perspective, we are following our social work related activities. So we have to review, if we are working in an institution in a professional background, we should need to know about the code of ethics and what mode of treatment and what mode of services which we need to provide for the elderly. And refresh your knowledge of the patient, client, resident bill of rights. Sometimes if they are having any issues to attain their rights, and they are not even having a proper knowledge about what all are the formalities which they need to complete. They are residing in outside, or if they are appointed in a hospital for any serious issue. So there are certain formalities they need to prepare. In Kerala, if the poor people, like elderly people is having, who are from poor economic background, some hospitals will provide free treatment. So in that, they have to prepare and complete certain formalities and keep current with local and national laws and regulations that apply for the elderly people. As we are working for the elderly people and as we are taking care of the ethical ideologies of elderly people, we should need to know what all are the policies and programs and participate in the ethical decision making process. As I mentioned earlier, some people, elderly people, can able to take decision, or some people cannot able to take a decision without of the terminal illness or disability. So as a professional social worker or professional from any part of the institution, have to help them to participate in such kinds of decision-making process and report any instance of abuse or neglect. Whenever we are working in such kinds of situations or institutions, we need to, if we are identified any kind of neglect or abuse is happening in the institution or in any households or in any community, we should need to address. And tips for keeping ethical principles in family caregivers. Learn to recognize the signs of abuse. There are loads and loads of news are coming day by day regarding elderly people are treating, and elderly people are abused day by day, sometimes with their family members, sometimes with their children. So that time we have to learn to recognize how we can identify that if there is a news in Kerala, like an elderly people having age above 60, they are getting elderly pension, right? But the children are not even informed them like she is getting pension, and the children itself taking all her pension from the past 5 years or something. So she did not even aware about she is getting such financial assistance. So learn to recognize the signs of abuse is also important, and educate loved one on how to avoid becoming a victim of scam, and plan ahead of time and talk about your loved one's wishes. Organize vital documents like power of attorney for healthcare and finance, and seek expert assistance. Whenever the expert assistant is needed, we should need to help them to seek such kind of assistance and support, and plan ahead of time to talk about your loved ones. We should have to provide time to ventilate their emotions, and also they need to get time to share their thoughts, ideologies, and everything. That will be very helpful and relaxed for them. And as I conclude, the study provided a picture of ethical issues of elderly care, and it also discussed the older people ethical needs, but additional information about when elderly people need required advice, how they obtain it, and what they do with it after it is delivered is still needed. And more study is necessary for healthcare practitioners, because if you are taking each one of the ethical and legal rights of elderly care, that take much more time, and also that is very important and relevant for taking care of the elderly people. So there should need so many studies for healthcare professionals, senior citizens, and their family members on the following issues: treatment planning, directives, and caregiving members. For primary care, secondary care, tertiary care, it is also important. And giving basic needs or satisfying basic ideas is also important. Treatment planning, directives, and caregiving members to encourage and assist the older people in their decision-making process, as well as during the end of their life care. If there is no caregivers, or if there is no people to take care of the elderly people, then their situation is so pathetic. So there should need to take care of the elderly people. From the first introduction, I have mentioned the statistics. It will be tripled or it will be doubled. So we have the responsibility. We all have the responsibility to take care of the people in all sides. And legislators, program managers, policymakers, academicians, and others have the responsibility for work against the people neglect. Elderly may find successful defenses to claims of elder neglect alarming. So these are the references which I have used for the study. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Priya. Very
Thank
well
you, sir.
presented.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, if you have any queries or observations, you can feel free to share. You can unmute yourself or you can use chat box. If there are no further queries, then we'll move on to our next session.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, good evening, Christina.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ravindra, for this great opportunity again, once again. And thank you, our speaker, for this great insight on this topic. For us here in Nigeria, we are beginning to pay more attention to care for the elderly in an organized way. Usually, before now, the elderly are left in the remote in the section of the presentation. So they are left to either themselves or to just relatives to care for, who are also not 100% there to give them the best form of care. But now there are organized institutions to help give care to the elderly. So that is beginning to be more organized care, and then also the social workers have a role or a key role to play in the geriatric care. So I thank you for bringing this for this presentation, and then I have gotten a lot of value from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your observations, Christian.
Thank you, Dr.
So we'll move on to our next topic. By Dr. Meena Ogbanga from River State University.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm trying to start my video. It's saying I can't start. I'm trying to share. It's saying only the host can share. Can I send you the work? So it's shared.
You can share your PPT. You can switch on your video.
Okay, I should turn on my video.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so I think I've turned on the video, but I can't see myself. So I don't know if you're I can't see myself. But can you see me or
you are visible? Don't worry. We are there to see you. You can switch on your video.
I don't want to. I want to be visible to everybody. Okay, so let me okay, so if you can all see me, then I will. Can you still see me?
No.
Okay, so let me get back to seeing me mode. Yes, okay, so my name is Dr. Meena, and I will be speaking on the topic climate change, ecological grief, and mental health in selected communities in Nigeria. It is a big honor to be here today, and I am an associate professor of social work, environmental social work, specifically with macro social work as my main interest, which covers environmental social work. So this is a presentation at the 10 Days International Conference on Social Work Sciences, Respecting Diversity, Inclusion, Social Action, and Sustainable Development 2023. I have been having a fantastic time. I'll quickly take the few minutes to do this presentation, which starts with a message of hope. So I hope you can all see my slides. So that gives me some hope. And basically, the message of hope is for those who are climate activists, for those who are passionate about climate change. I'm sure the news last year of clean air being a human right now, and as declared by the United Nations, we came to us with a lot of excitement. So it provided a kind of basis for all our actions, all our activities, and it provided a kind of hope that now that we have a jurisdiction and the legislative backing, in a sense, so we can actually push for the values we have been pushing for when it comes to climate change. So this is why I said, okay, as a background to what our next steps will be in taking more strategic action, this is a message of hope for everybody who has ever thought about being a part of social work, especially environmental sustainability issues, that there is hope beyond just the community level. There's now a global backup for anything you're doing to promote environmental sustainability, and then promote clean air and ensure that the quality of air is breathable for humans, especially for us in the oil exploration and exploitation zone. So I go to the next slide. You can see what is happening there. This is exactly what goes on in my communities, and that is what they call illegal bunkering. Can you all see the slide? Everybody here?
Yes, please continue.
Okay, so that is exactly what they call illegal bunkering. And you know, my title talked about climate change, ecological grief, and then mental health of people. Mere sight of this alone is enough to affect your mental health. A mere sight of this gives you a strong dose of ecological grief, because you know that in the first place, to recover and build on this location would take many years to recover this vegetation to make it useful to us. Now, so what are we looking at in the overview? We have the overview, we have the natural disasters versus mental health nexus, which is one of the area. This is, I was trying to show this as part of, so I hope, sorry, let me go back to the, sorry about that. So now we're talking about, first of all, I'm looking at the table of content quickly, which has to do with the overview, and then natural disasters to the mental health nexus. We look at climate change, ecological group issues, of course, mental health nexus. We looked at the overview of building resilience, before and after disasters. We're looking at ecological grief as increasing by the day. We're looking at the next steps, nature, well-being nexus, and then the conclusion, of course, and the appreciation. So these are some of the things we quickly take a look at, as we proceed. Now, what are the key overview? For example, we're talking about the fact that natural disasters have harmful effects on health and mental health. Now climate change in a lot of ways is both has its natural components and also has a human-driven components to it. So, and these are the kind of things we have to deal with. In dealing with climate change, you're dealing with it from the two angles. So natural disaster and the mental health nexus. What are we looking at? Now, the mental health consequences of events linked to a changing global climate include like mild stress and distress, high risk coping behaviors such as increased use, and occasionally mental disorders such as depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress. These are things you face being a host to heavy oil exploration and oil exploitation. And so you have a natural disaster angle to it, and the human-driven disaster due to industrialization angle to it that affects mental health. I have been breathing polluted air for the past 40 years, since I was born till date, because gas flare hasn't stopped, illegal bunkering hasn't stopped, a lot of things that affect our environment, oil exploration and exploitation hasn't stopped. And I know its impact on our mental health, and you can imagine it is now the activists are coming forward to say, no, there has to be something that needs to be done. What can social workers do? What can advocacy do to address these issues? And that is part of why it has been on the front burner. And globally too, it's good to know that climate change is on the front burner as well. So now, what about the climate change and the mental health nexus? Climate change related impacts can also lead to job loss. It can lead to force people to move. We cannot overemphasize migration issues. We can lead to a loss of social support and community resources when a community gets flooded over time. My community gets flooded every year. Every year, people have to move to what they call the IDP camps. I'm a perfect example of someone who has gone through environmental crisis. And so it became eminent that I am what I am today because a lot of social capital factors, people that told you don't give up. It doesn't matter that your school is flooded. It doesn't matter that your community is flooded. Just keep pushing, because you have to be one of the voices to push for climate action. So you don't have to give up at this point. And today I am what I am because of that state of support, that kind of structural support. Imagine the many others that don't have this. Some died in the course of the floods and all those climate impacts that we have been experiencing. All of these have their mental health consequences. So what about the overview, of building resilience? Now, building resilience before and after disasters is something that I'm using myself as case study because I'm a direct impacted individual of all these issues that we are talking about now. But we are glad that it is taking a front burner in the research circle and also in the global world right now. So the overview of building resilience before and after disasters, talking about issues like various steps now can be taken to prepare for and respond to emergencies and disaster events. Basically, individual actions include like making and practicing household emergency plans, caring for yourself through healthy habits, building connections with family, friends, neighbors, and others to create a strong and myself. So that ways we build resilience. This project, I think I also have mentioned it earlier, was conducted amongst impacted communities. Was conducted amongst impacted communities, amongst women and youth, and the key objective was to find out how they have been impacted mentally by the climate change process. So according to UNEP, we have it clear here that according to UNEP, the air pollution, among other environmental threats, is particularly harmful, both physically, through damage to our lungs, heart exactly, and mentally. There is now growing evidence of a link between certain air pollutants and mental illnesses, such as depression, dementia, and the anxiety, of course, suicide. I can tell you for free that everybody in the world, every single person, if it starts to rain when you have no umbrella, definitely your reaction is best known to you. But I'm very certain that people have a sense of little anxiety when they discover rain is falling terribly and they have miles and miles to travel and they don't have an umbrella. So that is just a basic anxiety. So you can imagine where you're already impacted because of massive floods, massive climate impact, white suit, black suit, environmental pollution, ecocide. Your mentality changes like with force. Now you have the climate crisis. The climate crisis in itself is causing unprecedented levels of stress and anxiety to people who are struggling to reconcile the traumatic impact of global heating with their traditional way of life. Things are changing. In my local community, it's getting warmer and warmer by the day. Now the IPCC report recently released 4 days ago, clearly shows that there is need for us to reduce our global heat. My community, my country needs to reduce the global heat. And that is only one way to addressing the climate impact. And that is what we're talking about today, this climate crisis. Now, what about ecological grief? The ecological grief is increasing by the day. If the world around you once promised to be a place that provided a certain amount of food, shelter, and consistency, how might you feel as it is gradually becoming a place of extreme unpredictability and risk? People love some sense of stability. People love some sense of predictability. And you discover that climate change places you in a situation where things are literally unpredictable. In my locality now, rain falls more than the sun shines. It's going to actually be used to roast. Okay, I will call it beefsteak. I don't know what you call it there, but grilled beefsteak. Okay, so you'll see people moving on the surface of the earth like people being grilled like beefsteak. So this is how terrible the heat can be, and then the contrast of the sun. So ecological grief is increasing by the day. The effects of our changing climate, whether it's economic uncertainty, job insecurity, extreme and volatile weather patterns, and displacement, also influences mental health in a lot of ways. So you see, to a large extent, that air pollution, among other environmental threats, is particularly harmful, both physically through damage to our lungs, heart, and mentally. So there's now growing evidence of a link between certain air pollutants and mental health illnesses, such as depression, like I said before, anxiety, and suicide. A lot of people are committing suicide based on this kind of reaction and the loss and damage that is generated from their exposure to floods and related natural and artificial disasters. Now, the risk is especially high among young people living in urban areas. So, and this research targeted women and youth particularly. According to a recent study published in Psychiatry Research, childhood and children become 3 to 4 times more likely to have depression at 18 if they had been exposed to dirtier air at age 12. I have been exposed to dirtier air from birth. Fortunately, I think I have good reason to be grateful to divine grace for giving me the kind of nostrils we all have that helps to filter air to a large extent. And I think that is part of the reason why we are here today to still want to push. Now, according to the latest IPBES report, urbanization can increase isolation from nature, which in turn prevents people from harnessing the mental health benefits of being surrounded by natural environment. So it also creates risky exposure to the type of air pollution that primarily affects mental health. So there are different types of air pollution that affects mental health in different ways. Pollution generally affects mental health. Pollution, go to a place that's polluted. How much more the risk of air pollution in this regard? So these are all the things. Then the next steps. So from this research, what are the next steps we look at? Why air pollution and other environmental hazards pose a threat to our mental health? healthy environments can help us feel better and even have a curative effect. And that is where we are pursuing. So we want to ask ourselves, so what can be done about this? So we say, while air pollution, while how will I call it, the local governments can play a role. In my community, we have a local government structure barely functional. Now, local governments can play a role in tackling the mental health crisis by reducing air pollution, enhancing the availability of green spaces, or establishing electrical and non-motorized transport initiatives. That's for instance. And then, there are multiple financial, social, and environmental reasons for preventing and combating air pollution and for improved management of ecosystems. So there are more ways, and we're hoping that this can be localized by the different communities and local governments so that they can enhance saving the environment. So nature well-being nexus is another key part of it. Nature well-being nexus. Now, up until recently, the role that a healthy environment plays in safeguarding human health had been greatly neglected. You see, the role of a healthy environment, but this is changing right now, because little by little, both citizens and governments are realizing that by helping nature, we also improve our well-being. We just recently concluded our elections 3 days ago in Nigeria. We have a proposed president-elect, we have governors-elect, a House of Assembly. Ideally, we would have kept quiet if it was before, we won't present issues, but no, we try to ensure that in their manifestos, they put within it efforts they will make in addressing climate change. So this research was one of the gaps. It has identified that climate change has an impact on the mental health. And we told them, see, if you do not address climate change, the mental health of your young people and women will be greatly affected in so and so and so way. And I'm glad to announce that a lot of them never knew what climate change was. These are leaders, policy advocates and leaders who never knew about climate change. But today, they're mainstreaming climate change issues into their manifestos, which I'm sure at the point of implementation will have huge benefits to everyone. So investing in environmental sustainability can serve as an insurance policy for health and human well-being, which is key. And before I wrap up this presentation, accelerating the law and climate change toolkit becomes key. As we discovered that manuals used for training people on climate change has helped a lot of women and youths to understand climate change better and to make them say no to being used for illegal bunkering. So it becomes key as it is at its global resources to help countries develop legal frameworks for the effective implementation of the Paris Agreement and their nationally determined contribution. At the end of the research, we're able to identify young people who didn't know about what climate change was, and young people who had the zeal to want to say no to the negativities around illegal bunkering, because it is mostly youth that are used and women that supply the food to them in the bushes and forests where they go to do illegal bunkering. So they are now saying no to this act, and the research discovered that indeed environmental pollution has a strong impact on mental health, but the recommendations are clear. The recommendations, for example, are that we should build support structures to help address psychosocial needs of these people to reducing their vulnerability to mental health impact. We should work in collaboration with the government and all relevant stakeholders to ensuring, that climate change impact is reduced. And last of all, climate resilience and climate education is key and must be continued to promoting knowledge base and promoting people's participation in their own development process. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Meena, for the wonderful session on climate change. Participants, if you have any queries, observations, feel free to share. You can unmute yourself. If there are no queries, then we'll move on to our next presentation. Christina, we hear some noise from you. can't hear your voice now. Christina? Okay, then we can't hear you. Anyway, anyone else would like to present? You can share your details in chat box so that we can invite you. Okay, then we'll move on to our next session. Yeah, Dr. Meena, you can continue with your next paper. You have to unmute yourself.
Oh, wow. Was I talking? I've been talking and I didn't know you weren't hearing me. Okay, so good.
And you need to close this old presentation.
Okay, so how do I close it now? Oops, how do they close it? Oops. Okay, so all right. I think I've been able to close it. Okay, so my next paper is going to, let me go to the chat box so you get the title. My next paper is on perceptions and views of beneficiary communities and development programs of agencies in Rivers State. You know, this paper is coming at the heels. This research outcome, this paper is an outcome of a research that was conducted to understand, you know, what communities feel, their perceptions, their views. My name is Dr. Meena, and I'm an associate professor of social work, and I am honored to be here today. And so I'll be talking about those perceptions that the communities have, and then their views. You know, these are communities that for many years, over 30 years, they have been neglected, no activities, no clear support by the companies that work in these communities. And so all of a sudden, development activities commenced, and many communities were receiving support in different ways. And so the question now has been, how are these communities feeling about it? Are they feeling suspicious? Are they feeling comfortable? Are they ready to work with these partners? What exactly is going on? So today's paper, one of my presentations now is we did a perception survey. We did perceptions, views of beneficiary communities and development programs of agencies in Rivers State and Nigeria.
Dr. Meena, do you have any PPT?
Okay, so the PPT is not in Word, and since I've started, I just felt let me go ahead, and then the next ones I could see if I could put them in PDF. It's asking me to put it in PDF, and it's not on PDF. So let me continue if you don't mind, so that I don't delay this specific presentation. Is that okay, sir?
Okay, please.
All right. So yes. So essentially, the research was designed to examine the feeling of the beneficiary communities with regard to the programs of the development agencies in Rivers State. And in this case, we looked at 3 separate communities, 3 separate communities, namely Okehi in Eche local government areas. These are community names. We have Soku, and then we have Afam. These are names of communities in Rivers State, Nigeria. So they were selected for this case study. A total of 150 questionnaires were administered to the 3 communities, and information from the community members were used for data analysis. Now, simple percentages like the analysis of variance and the mean scores were used to analyze the socioeconomic characteristics of the respondents and testing of the formulated hypothesis. So the results show that management strategies adopted for the communities who wanted to feel the impact of being carried along in their community's governance to steer success of any strategy adopted for development showed a mean value of 3.0 for Okehi, 3.0 for Soku, and of course 3.0 for Ndoki, which is one of the communities. All these are key communities. These are key communities in Nigeria that are working on this project. So, we remember that Robinson, one of the key proponents on community development, identified several conditions that must be met by cross-sector partners before swinging into action. And these conditions that must be met included the fact that, one, we have to identify with potential partners. You have to build working relationships and arguing that on the modus operandi to carry out the work. Another way for all of us who are here, if you're a social worker here, you know that community development is a critical part of the whole process. Excuse me. So we have signing of like local documents or memorandum of understanding. It's one of the frameworks that they use in community development. Then we have identifying an important project that will help to transform the lives of the people. So lastly, the other condition, some other conditions, that are meant before cross-sector partnership can take place is the contribution of each one of the partners. It must be clearly stated what each partner is supposed to do, how they're supposed to do it, and that that sense of satisfaction comes in. Then we also have sufficient information and sensitization must be carried out by the donor partners before any activity. And then you also have the need, there must be feedback of information among the various partners, because if you're in a cross-sector partnership, it was realized that for this activity to take place, the community would love to see that there's a framework for feedback and information among the various partners. And then we have also the partners must work towards a specific time frame, because a lot of the projects being carried out prior to this time, they were like unlimited timing, but now the partners need to work within a certain time frame to be able to achieve the objectives. And then we also saw the need as an outcome to put these different participants into a certain group and categorization. So these are some of the basics. Now, the categorization is based on the type of work and the role that each person performed. We're looking at the perception of communities, especially now that the support from development partners is evolving. So we're looking at the perception. And I've talked about the category, I've talked about the essential expectations when you want to carry out the cross-sector partnership, what every partner wanted to see. And now we're talking about the categorization. How did we categorize how we work together in the first place to reduce this, to address any perception gap? And so we realized that categorization was based on, like, we have some like local alliance issues on the partners who are at the local level, the community level. Then we had global alliance issues. Then we have dispersed. That's dispersed are partners who have agreed on a common aim and a modus operandi, but they rarely like meet. Sometimes local governments are part of the whole process, but you hardly see them. You only see them during the launch of the program, or you see them at the beginning of the program. And those are the kind of things that made communities wonder if they're interested in those projects. Then we have temporary partners, consultative, we have categories of people who are in the consultative framework, intermediary framework, and then learning framework. So these are the categories. Now, community participation is defined largely as the taking part of people in a community in projects to solve their own problem. So before we came into being, even though oil exploration has been going on, communities have been finding ways to carry out their own activities, but now they have to deal with other partners. So people cannot be forced to participate in projects which affect their lives, but should be given the opportunity where possible to define what they really want as their own priority. So we saw that how did we want to ensure community participation? To ensure community participation so that we can really hear their views, we had to make sure that there was needs assessment carried out, and then needs assessment were carrying out. We mobilized the community. There was mobilization. Mobilization was done, to address the needs of communities. We looked at mobilization issues. Then, in a large extent, we also looked at training and capacity building, which is capacity strengthening, to enable them understand what the project we're trying to talk about is about. implementation, monitoring and evaluation. Incentives also were given for community participation. And then we discovered that community participation in a lot of ways, because of the research, it motivated people to work together. It motivated people, to participate. And then social, religious, or traditional obligations for mutual help was also included as part of the key process. So out of all these are, mind you, these are communities that are experiencing, relationship with third parties, other parties beyond themselves. They've been managing their exploration activities and oil pollution in their own way, but now other partners have come in. So what has been happening? So the importance of community development, community participation, shows clearly that it can contribute greatly to the effectiveness and efficiency of a program. And I know the crucial factor which is in its success is the attitude of the agency staff. The agency staff who is working in the field. If staff do not trust people and with respect or see them or favor a particular group of people, that alone causes bias. So for this reason, it is important to identify key representation and groups within the affected population early enough so you can work with them and build trust. Now, empowerment through cross-sector partnership. Now, according to Michael et al., political and social and economic changes have created a myriad of both the international and local challenges. Now, accelerating globalization, environmental problems, and rapid change in the social institutions. And these have led to the belief that no sector can address such complex problems in isolation, much less communities. So the partnership became key, and the communities grew to appreciate this partnership. So now, there are different partners which we have already highlighted and highlighted their categorization. So at the end of the day, the research methodology I've already highlighted that the basic research methodology we utilize, therefore, that's the ethno-historical life study in River State. The people we adopted the mixed methods, to get information on all these issues that are taking place in the communities. And this mixed method helped us in a lot of ways to get both qualitative and quantitative feedback. And the survey design, like I said, that is exactly how we did it. We applied that. And then the population of the study area, we have already highlighted the population of study area for the 3 communities, and the sampling techniques which we use for the purpose of achieving an accurate representation. Each community randomly sampled was employed 50 people from each of the community as study group, and altogether we had 150 target community representatives. And the validity and reliability of the instruments, was used as research concept, proposal that we do that. So a stable measuring instrument was applied to use for this process. And our data collection method, I've said, highlighted that, as well as the methods and all that. So in terms of the results, what did we discover? The results show the age difference of the respondents. The age difference of the respondents from 21 years to 51 and above. So it ensured that we captured the basic age range of people which we wanted to work with. And then we looked at the feelings. What are the feelings, of the benefiting communities? So the feelings varied from one level to the other, and there was no significant differences in the feelings of the beneficiary community with regards to the program of the development agencies, but the results were basically insignificant. Therefore, no hypothesis was accepted, while the alternative hypothesis was rejected. The results showed a lot in terms of the communities needed to be sure. They want to be sure that, yes, these partners coming to work with us can be trusted. These partners coming to work with us across the different areas, because we assessed the different projects and their feelings across those different projects, and looking at the mean scores. So we had a range of 2.2 to a range of 2.8, and then we saw that the total for the different communities, in terms of feelings, varied from one had 29.6, another one 40.0, and 38.8 as the mean scores, showing the different levels of feelings for the different projects and how these projects were carried out using the ANOVA test. So in summary, the objective of the study essentially was to assess the feelings, of beneficiary communities with regards to the program of these development agencies. Now, the sample size which we used was 150, and for the purpose of achieving an accurate representation, we applied the random sampling from each group. And the mean scores clearly show, the results clearly show the clear need for rural infrastructural intervention across the various target communities. It also showed proper education and sensitization of the beneficiaries to be key to the in-depth understanding of communities' role in defining their future development. And it also showed that communities appreciated the fact that development agencies now wanted to participate and work with them, and they are suspicious. They want to be sure that this is a genuine effort. So in conclusion, sustainable community development has found it very difficult to achieve the desired goal and objectives over the years in Nigeria, and this is because the activities they carry out, it was either carried out in isolation. But now, sustainable development goal, community development is taking a stronger shape, especially with the mainstream of SDGs, and many communities are now being active development partners. So some of the findings were that management strategies has gone a long way to confirm that the more participatory approaches like global memorandum of understanding want to feel the impact of being carried along. And so the more the more participatory the approaches, the more communities appreciated the process. It was also discovered that in spite of growing intervention in the Niger Delta, the main feeling of the various communities is happy, in the sense that they now have partner organizations finding interest in them being host communities, and they're also ensuring that they work with these communities to building a support structure that is more sustainable and that is owned and can be continued by the community. So at the end of the day, we see that the feelings of communities have been enhanced, through the projects that have been going on so far, contrary to how it was before. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you for listening to this presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Meena. The wonderful presentation. Participants, if you have any queries, feel free to unmute yourself to share your observations or queries. Christina, please go ahead. We can't hear you. Dear friends, those who are waiting for their presentations, we request everyone to quickly share. Your topic, name and designation and organization, so that we can invite you. Okay. So if there are no presentations, okay. Meena, do you have? Is your PPT ready?
Okay, I'm trying to send the PPT to you, but I'm trying to see if I can share it from my laptop. Well, anyway, okay, so I will let me just put that as the cover. I think I'll just save that as the cover, 1 minute, and then I should be able to, send it in because it's requesting. I needed to have saved all as PDF because it's not accepting any other formats. The way I'm seeing it, it's not accepting any other format. So I'm trying to put it in as
You can open from your side, Dr. Meena.
Hello?
You can open it in your system.
Okay.
Later on, you can send to email address.
Okay. All right. Measures used. Okay, so measures used. Yep. Just 1 minute. I'm trying to measures used.
You're joining from which city?
I'm joining from Nigeria. I'm joining from Port Harcourt in Nigeria.
Okay.
That is my city. And I'm hoping that you will all be here in no time, someday soon. This is my city. Okay, so I'll try and just send a cover note for me to use. And let's see. I'll try that and see if it works. Okay, so but my next topic, my next paper is on measurements. That's measures used in education. Okay, so measures used, yeah, I think it's opening. Okay, so let me see if I can just share the screen so it's not an empty screen while I work. Am I a co-host now in any way?
Yes, you can share.
Okay, all right, so let's see if I can get that. Okay, so measures used in education and sensitization of the beneficiary communities in achieving beneficiary communities in achieving success in project sustainability among development agencies. Okay, so I need to give you a background, to this. And once again, my name is Dr. Meena, and it is my huge pleasure to be here again. I feel like it's a huge intellectual test, a huge test of our intellectual capacity to be able to put this under these conditions for this kind of conference. This is one of my favorite days of the year so far. So I'm going to be talking about the measures used in education and sensitization of the beneficiary communities in achieving success in project sustainability amongst the development agencies. And I will start with an overview to say that this project was conducted across several communities in Nigeria. The idea was to find out how it's an education-based analysis to find out how the education and sensitization of the beneficiary communities in achieving success in their project sustainability by the development organization, how they have felt, how they measured, those knowledge gained in the course of the development activities. This is specifically to measure what kind of tools were used to measure their level of understanding, and what kind of tools were able to strengthen them to be able to participate in their own development processes. So that is one of the things that this research, and it was a mixed method, and it was very participatory, involving several communities who were able to tell us, fundamentally, if those measures worked or if they didn't work. Now, the National Economic Empowerment and Development Strategy upheld that in the recent census report that 4 million youths between the ages of 12 and 24 are illiterate. So this has been scary and not much change has been done. I'm going to be leading census in my country in the next few days. I'm going to be leading. We're trying to do census. I'm in class. You're laughing, hey, little boy. So we're going to be. I'm going to be leading census for my country in my home state in the next few days. We're starting a nationwide census program so that we can get newer data to tell us the current status of things like this. So, but the last report showed that 4 million youths and above, now we are 8 million youths between the ages of 12 and 24 are illiterate. And education plays a key role in the social and economic development process of any country. So it ensures its bright future and the quality of its adolescents and young adults, are taken into cognizance. Another problem fighting against the development of rural community is the high rate of HIV, for example, as claimed by many, and also the above explanation also reveals that partnership in different ways for community development has not really achieved the aim in regards to that specific health issue. But yet, it has done a lot in terms of education transfer, knowledge transfer, bridging the knowledge gap in a lot of ways, because communities now know what is baseline, how do they participate, what is the needs assessment, why should we prioritize. So this was also attributed to the fact that a lot of partners, unlike before, who failed to contribute their own quota, now are trying to contribute their own quota because they now know the benefits of contribution. They now know the benefits of community contribution. They now know the benefits of counterpart funding. Some governments, you see a donor bring funds to carry out an activity, and you discover that all the government of the day needs to do is to provide counterpart funding. But this counterpart funding never comes. This counterpart funding never comes, and it affects the development process. And that is one of the things we are hoping that development actors, social workers will avoid. We are going to push and advocate for counterpart support so that development organization will provide matching funds to carry out that activity. So sustainable livelihood assessment and grassroots mobilization was one of the key things that were done. The experience has shown that development planners who perceive the need of the people from their air-conditioned office and places, certain activities were not done and done properly. They needed to go in to the field to see how these processes were done. So some of the tools that were used to carry out this sustainable livelihood assessment included things like transect work, focus group discussion, historical profiling, livelihood analysis, stakeholder analysis, Venn diagram, administration and questionnaires, observation, photographing, problem tree, solutions tree, wealth ranking, pairwise ranking. These are all things that I'm very, very sure participants at this event know very well. The whole idea is, what were we able to use to identify the gaps, the knowledge gaps, and what were the measures we used to also build some of those gaps when they were identified. So the area of studies again were these three were key communities in the Niger Delta region. And the research design, survey design was employed for this research. It was survey design employed the questionnaires, observation, and interviews in the process of determining the measure of I will call it education, that we wanted to measure, measure the educational level. So then we discovered also that the population of the study, we also have the population of the study, which ran into over 150,000 people. And then the sampling technique and sampling size also, we employed the 50 per communities across different communities across Nigeria, and the validity, the two reliability test was also done. And data collection method, like I said, was, we use different questionnaires, both interviews, observations, and field notes. And then, of course, the data analysis, we simply use ANOVA and mean scores, which were used to analyze the personal characteristics of the respondent and also measure the issues we wanted to address. So the result shows that there are some significant difference in the measures undertaken to provide education and sensitization to the beneficiaries. Now, specifically from the result, observation showed that stakeholder analysis had the highest mean value of measures undertaken to provide education and sensitization to the beneficiaries, followed by these participation techniques across the target communities. And the result is in compliance with Rural Development Council of RDC. So it told us clearly that there are different ways that education was transferred and the gaps were bridged. We use like the brainstorming, facilitation technique, questions and answers, stakeholder analysis. So stakeholder analysis and participation took a huge chunk of support So at the end of the day, the summary from all this is that the objective of the study was to assess the measures used in the education and sensitization of the beneficiary communities, in achieving success in project sustainability among the development agencies. And then the sample size, we have already addressed that. We also discovered that the major finding shows that proper education and sensitization of the beneficiaries is key to in-depth understanding of communities' role, communities' participation and expectation in defining their future development process. So in conclusion, we're going to say that capacity building was a vital measure that enhanced cohesion and peace. It made mobilization and sensitization of the people easier and result-oriented. In addition to changing the mindset and value orientation of the people towards actualization of the sustainable development and sustainable community development and peaceful coexistence among the partners, it was a key prerequisite condition to achieving sustainable community development. So for me, a key recommendation here was that a proper education and sensitization of the beneficiary is key to the in-depth understanding of communities' role in defining their future development. Stakeholders engagement that utilizes methods such as brainstorming, facilitation techniques, and analysis of the critical mass is key to project conception and exit strategy, and a key factor that promoted sustainable development. So for us to have done this, we discovered that the different tools, measures taken by the development partners had different effects, but most of the tools that were participatory got the highest of results and most positive of feedback. So ladies and gentlemen, this was one of the take-homes, as an outcome of this research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Meena. Though the slides were not moving, we were still on the first slide.
Oh, oops. Are you serious? Okay. Okay.
It's okay. You can share all the PPTs to email ID.
Yes. I've sent all the papers and this thing, the what do you call? Yes, the full papers. For those that needed full papers, I've sent them all, and the abstracts as well. So I've sent those ones to the. So that was what I did.
Congratulations for your presentations. And
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to present? And quickly share your details in the chat box. Your topic, name, designation, organization, and the from place where you are joining. Deepa, do you have any presentation, ma'am? Okay, you can go ahead. You can start your video, audio, and presentation. Introduce yourself.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible? Good evening, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue, but we can't see you.
My camera is not working, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Continue.
My name is Deepa, and I'm assistant professor and part-time research scholar from Calicut, Kerala. I'm working in Samurians Guru Harapan College, and I'm doing my research at St. Joseph's College, Devagiri, the same here on Kerala itself. It's my small research work about the women empowerment and the mother empowerment and the child school. A study of households in Ramanattukara municipality. It's a small area in my household. Education is most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. It's the common term used. And you know that harmonious development without educating women is impossibility. To educate a woman is to educate whole family. Therefore, the emphasis with regard to women execution should be to equip her multiple roles as a citizen, housewife, mother, and a contributor to family's income and builders of society and builders of nation. Women empowerment is a movement involving respect, honor, and recognition towards all women. While we talk about the women empowerment, empowerment means accepting the and allowing women who all are on the outside of decision-making process. So my study is about the mother's decision-making role and what is her role in educating her daughter or the son, how effective it is taking place. The statement of the problem. Women empowerment is all about equipping and allowing women to make life-determining decisions through the different problems in society. Education is very important for all us. It facilitates quality learning all through life among people of any group, just caste or creed or religion or region. Children and families prosper when women are empowered to lead full and a productive life. Women's influence in key decision improves the women's life and positively affects child well-being and the development. There is sufficient evidence to say that female empowerment affects the social and economic outcomes in a particularly for the girls or the female. And there is no unified approaches to measure the female empowerment. The relative economic position of the two forces, which in turn may reflect the position of extended families on both sides, and it may affect the women's influence on household decisions also. And both economic empowerment and the women decision-making power will depend on social norms, which in turn vary between and within the societies. Research is still needed to understand these complex relations between the economic empowerment or decision-making power, social norms, and the economic and social outcomes. Every child has a right to equal education opportunities. Women constitute more than 60% of world's population, whether ought to place them as sectors in education. But in some countries where even in India only, some places where girl child education is neglected due to the cultural beliefs. Women are just set in the kitchen or for the recreation purpose. History has proven that if we educate a man, we educate an individual. But if we educate a woman, we educate a nation. So by educating a woman brings an self-esteem and confidence in herself. It will promote her to be an active participation in the society. Women need to be more involved in educational policy decision-making. It takes a collective effort of government and society in creating equal opportunities for education and increasing the enrollment of girl child in the school. This in itself has reduced the poverty and unemployment, and it can improve the quality of education also. On the long run, an educated woman will actively play a better role in directing her children through the life journey. Education is globally acknowledged as the most powerful means of empowering women and protecting them from the violations of human rights. Women empowerment means accepting and allowing them to do decision-making process. So main objectives of the study is that firstly, the socio-economic and educational aspects of the household, that is mainly among the mothers. The second one is that relationship between the mother empowerment and the child education attainment. And the third one is that social schooling attainment of the children. The methodology used for the study is purposive random sampling method for selecting the sample from the urban part of the districts of the Kozhikode. Data is collected with the help of structured, pre-tested, scheduled, and information that is obtained through the personal interview method and the household survey by taking the decision-making power of mother by using the different indicators. Here, the mother's education and mother decision-making is analyzed through the various percentage analysis. So, first objective is to find out the socio-economic aspects of the educational area of the household. Mother's education leads to significant social development. Child education increases amount of a female education in region tend to correlate with a higher level of development. Women education increases the income of women, and in my study, we had more average families, and among them, most of the mothers are educated and only few are employed. Educated, but the few are employed. A socioeconomic profile in the sense that I have classified it based on the whether the mother is working mother or a housewife or government employee or a private working. And second classification was that the mother's religion and the caste-wise classification was there, and mother's income was there. The mother who was working and not working, how they contribute towards the income. Then whether they are living in a nuclear family or a joint family, and about the decision making in the household, purchase the things. Then her role in political participation was also asked, and her participation in the various religious programs like going to temple and participating in the festivals or temple programs, and about the child, whether she was about the consultation and going to hospitals and using of the health centers there. And totally I was taking the mother's expenditure that going towards educating the child. That was shown in the kind of findings. And the second was the relationship between the mother's empowerment and the child education attainment. Educational facilities for all these, and hence recognize that educated mother can give a better education to the children, can take a better decision within the family and take regarding the educational attainment of the child. 57% of educational qualification was they completed the SSLC, and 67% used their income for saving for the future education of the children. Presently, the income of fathers are used for educational purpose. The mother income was used for the household purchase and things, and father income was used for the educational purpose of the children. 76% of the mother leave the children to Kerala syllabus. The other from the other percentage left to the CBSE, because they were also, it's depend upon mother was educated in the Kerala syllabus, then the child is also getting educated depend upon that. And the third objective was that find out the schooling attainment of the children. 53% of girls are educated more than the 47% of the boys, and mothers were giving only less education for the children when compared to the boys. Educated mothers make their children to study Kerala syllabus, and so that they have reached higher levels. And the analysis and interpretation. The first interpretation, that comparing the mother's education and child schooling. Mother's education level has a long-lasting effect on our children. Families with college-educated mothers have higher influence in education of children. Permanent income parents with secure employment have more perspective towards education. Financial stability and success create an environment that allows children more opportunity for academic success. Children with college-educated mothers show higher level of reading and maths proficiency in 8th grade than the children with the less educated parents. Proficiency at this level is a good predictor of how well children will learn and perform academically in the high school or beyond when the work is more challenging, and children with college-educated mothers generally have higher birth weight and are healthier. This gives them an advantage for the academic performance also. Lower birth weight can mean neurodevelopment disabilities that can affect the learning, and children health disorder can impair their ability to learn early. Data showing that most mothers are educated and a small percentage were graduated. Some were educated mothers leave their children to Kerala syllabus than the CBSE. The study from that data, it was clear that educated mother is a source of courage and the strength for their children. If the mother is educated, then she can guide and prepare her children in a better way for future. She can provide hygienic condition at home, and due to her knowledge of basic health and nutrition, she can teach her child after school at home. In this way, she can save money by not spending her children at tuition center. She can give better understanding of concept to a child than any other person. She can help her child in extracurricular activities by encouraging him or her. She can give better career counseling to her child due to the updated knowledge of the world condition. The next comparison regarding the income and how she spent for the children. The mothers who earned between the 5,000 to the 15,000 was shown here. It was the major portion that shown. The majority of mothers are housewives, and only small percentage of them were working in government and the private firm. Most of the working mothers use their income for saving. Only few of them use for households and educational purpose. And most of them purchase in weekly, and only few of them purchase in monthly and the daily. The next one is that mothers' empowerment and the women's education there. Data specify that the women enjoy the freedom in traveling, purchasing, talking to neighbors, and visit the relatives' house, and freedom for doing their work and the joint works. Mothers, they will involve in the religious programs, and the non-participants were very low there because they were not interested in the religious program. There were no strict regulations regarding that activity. Today, we can't see the joint families. 88% of mothers are living in the nuclear family. From the word I collected the sample, it helped the mothers become independent, and mothers in the nuclear household enjoy a greater decision power, freedom of movement outside the home, participation in the job, and compared to the counterparts living in the joint families. And there were no uneducated mothers in that area. The majority of mothers were qualified above the SSLC. Some were graduated, few mothers qualified other courses. Educated mothers have a greater chance for raising the standard of living of the children, family, and the community. And also, I developed the career and self-confidence led to the women empowerment. Then the decision making and the family matters and the education. 57% of mothers are earning the minimum qualifications SSLC, and the large number of parents prefer syllabus related to that. 24% of parents select CBSE. It is depending on the financial position of the mother whether they choose the different syllabus there, and depending on how they have chosen their education, they prefer the children to be on the same side. And about the higher qualification, the more the higher the qualification, the more the decision capacity for the mother is increasing for her daughter. So the mother take a quick decision. The working mothers are mainly spend the income on saving, and the behaviors help them doing easy purchase, family work, communication between the family members highly, like buying decisions on the preference in mind. The mothers have their own decision, household purchase. It depend upon the knowledge of income and the preference. Next is about her political participation. Political participation of the parents are most successful in transmitting such a participation. In most of the studies shown that adolescent expectations of their education, the political civilization at home are a key factor in meditating the link between mother's education and adolescent initiation to vote. Mother's education level is an important determinant of offspring's own educational attainment, which in turn influence the political engagement outcomes. The mothers who are more into the political participation, their children, when they are also educated and they are more into the political ambience also. And a small number of mothers have less involved in the decision with the public, and when they're going outside, they talk to the public. They don't have much idea about what is happening in the world, but largely most of the mothers have a good information about what is happening, and they discuss with the neighborhood and all. So mothers' education help them for the political participation, and mainly in the election. Educated mothers know about the political knowledge also. Next, about the purchasing power or the economic resources, how they are using at their home. The mothers' decision-making power is over the economic resources, that is of the purchasing things. I have categorized into government job and the private sector. So the government sector have the more power in deciding that thing. And when we compare with the nuclear and the joint family, the nuclear family is more educated. Those mothers also give education to both girls and boys. Not only them, but also the uneducated also give, but their preference for the type of syllabus and the purchasing power also is different there. Mothers' income are spent more on saving and the children's education, because mostly the father's money is, or the expenditure on the education is more over there in that particular area. Educated mothers send their children to CBSE. Monthly income expenditure show the mother's decision making further. And the last one is that the schooling attainment of their children. 53% of girls are educated than comparing to boys. Boys educate only 47%. 67% of income are using for saving. 16% of income are used for child education and about the syllabus, and 25% of the related to the type of teaching. I conclude that women education is a strategic development priority. Better educated women tend to healthier, participate more in the formal market and higher income. and have fewer children married at a later age, enable the better healthcare education for the children should they choose to become the mothers. Women empowerment is a process that create and bring power among women over their own lives, society, and their communities. This includes the access to all their fundamental rights which were denied. The conclusion of women empowerment can't be said in a day or two. It's a process where the small difference bring a better change, a bigger change in the society. After effect, any woman being empowered can bring make a upgrading in their life, upcoming the life of society and community. However, the gender development and women empowerment is now considered as the core of the growth policies and overall economic prosperity in the society. State of India are now strictly implementing acts related to women education, domestic violence, child marriage, equal participation in institute, working place, and in politics. These initiatives are helping to reach out to targeted group efficiently and in turn to achieve the desired objectives of the gender development. This is my topic, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations, Deepa.
Thank you, sir.
So anyone have any queries, observations? Feel free to unmute or share in chat box. So if there are no queries, then we will move on. Any presenters waiting for their presentations can share your details in chat box.
Can I go on?
Yeah, Dr. Meena.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay, let me turn on the light.
Okay, you can switch on your video presentation. You go ahead.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to be looking for this session. I greet everyone. Good evening, everybody, and all those who have been here through the process. To this time, I'll be looking at sustainable community development. This is part of the global sustainable community development research process that was done in Nigeria, Africa, and we looked at different components. So I served as the lead And then this is the feedbacks we're getting. My name is Dr. Mina, and I'm an associate professor of social work, community development, sustainable community development projects management, strategies adopted for sustainability and ownership in rural communities in river states. So this is the paper. This is the paper that I am going to be speaking to, for the next few minutes. And if you can see the slide, I'm trying to ensure that this time around I go from slide to slide. So I'm trying to. Hello, sir. Please, are you sure you can see the slide?
Yeah, it's still on the title slide, first slide.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so the key agenda which we're going to be looking at, the key agenda for this presentation, we're going to be looking at the introduction, where we look at the abstracts, we look at the challenges of cross-sector partnership in this regard. We're going to look at the prospects of the CSP. We're going to be looking at the results and discussion summaries and all those findings, and we'll be able to come up with joint feedbacks, as the key outcome of this process. And I'm going to make sure that at least as much as there's a slide, you can see all the different slides. Now, introduction. This project is an outcome of our community development research series, as I said earlier, across the globe, particularly in Nigeria and leading in Africa. So the project looked at different components of sustainable community development, and that is exactly what this outcome is about, as the lead investigator and the lead personnel. So the abstract. For the abstract, I hope you can manage to see that. For the abstract, the research was designed to examine the strategies adopted in the management of projects in the communities among the different development agencies. And then there are separate communities where we worked with, across Africa, across Nigeria. And the total, we focused on, the total of not less than 200 people. And then we had the analysis of variance and the mean scores, again, were used to analyze all the results that we had for this set series of the project. And then results, showed to a large extent that management strategies adopted for the communities who wanted to feel the impact of being carried along in their community governance to stir success, of any strategy adopted for development showed a mean value of 3.0, and that was different value rates for different groups. Mean value for Okehi, Soku, and Okoloma Ndoki. For those of you that will come to Nigeria someday soon, I'll be honored to take you around these communities, take you around to seeing their before and after, and take you around to working with these communities that we have worked for so long with, So essentially what the next slide is looking at is, it's a repeat of the abstract. So we're going through the results where we now did some, comparison and all that. I want to continue with the word from Richard Branson, which says business opportunities are like bosses. There's always another one coming. So indeed, we took advantage of that in terms of the community interface we did with the communities, and we looked at different opportunities. And when communities started seeing these opportunities and accepting and working to building these opportunities, more and more other opportunities came their way. So that is why I said I'm going to make sure I mentioned this Charles Branson's comments when we're working on that project. So what are the challenges of CSP? CSP, of course, cross-sector partnership with the CSP. What are these challenges? One of the challenges we faced, the communities have been facing, is the failure of the community to perform their own responsibility. The community in most cases really fail to contribute on human, material, and financial support towards the implementation of the project that even concern them, because they felt they have already been deprived. Why should they commit more to project delivery? And that was a challenge in itself. Other challenges were like transportation of the materials to the site is always very high. You see that you want to construct a school and you have to bring in some equipment from the site. Communities are expected to provide bus services or boat services, but this transportation of materials seems to be so high for them, and it reduced the pace of work from the community's end. Then what about other challenges that we noticed, in the course of introducing community CSP, was the fact that the inflation in the communities And the inflation in the country also affected that initial budget that many organizations had, because some organizations came into work in communities and suddenly there was inflation and the money didn't seem to make sense. And this sometimes caused a lot of undue delay during project implementation. So what are the other challenges? We have heavy rainfall in some communities. Mind you, I'm from a mangrove community, a rural that is highly prone to rainfall. And so heavy rainfall and tidal flow disrupted a lot of the original duration of work, scheduled and the time frame. And then the problem of militancy, piracy on the waterways and shortage. These are some of the challenges we had to deal with, in the course of introducing cross-sector partnership, because communities were on their own, they suffered on their own, they do this on their own. Now we're telling them you need to partner with other people, you need to also benefit as a development actor, from other people. So this now were the challenges we had to deal with before, we found solutions. So what were the prospects? In spite of these challenges, there were prospects, there were prospects in CSP. And one of the prospects was the fact that you provided a peaceful coexistence and understanding between the community and the partners. That was something that we discovered as a key prospect, And then we discovered also that it improved the living conditions of the people and it made life more meaningful and enjoyable. It improved more empowerment opportunities for the people, especially young people. And there was also a reduction in the cases of waterborne disease due to the establishment of the water schemes that were done as part of the project. And then we also discovered that human capacity development was high due to skill acquisition training that was acquired. This clearly helps to reduce the rate of dependency and unemployment. And the last but not the least, definitely, because there were many in the main work, it bridged the poverty and infrastructural development gaps between the rural areas and the urban cities. So just like we looked at the challenges, of facilitating a new process like this, we also looked at the prospects that could come out of it, and this enabled communities to participate even better. So then what are the results? We discovered that more men participated in the project. When you see the text, and discovered more men participated in the process. We discovered that more youths also participated in the process. We noticed that in the course of the project, there were management strategies that were changed, and adopted to suit certain communities, because we couldn't use the one size fits all for every single person. Then we also saw that communities moved from CDC to PMC, means community development committees to project management committees. And then we also noticed that people moved from CPMAC to CDC. So these were all different community development models that were adopted, in the course of the work, So let's revisit the objective one more time to be sure that we were discussing in line, because the core objective of the study was the strategies adopted in the management of projects in the communities among the development agencies in Rivers State. And then the sample size we used for this research again was 150. And then we, of course, adopted the, we used percentages, analysis of variance and mean score, to look at the characteristics of responding. I wanted to make sure we revisited the objectives so that we will have a clearer view. So now in terms of how let's say I wanted to look at the summary instead of how we got there first. The summary of what we did. In terms of the summary and the study went a long way to confirm that multi-party or multi-stakeholder partnership, it enhanced greater participation and improvement in the quality of lives of the people. And then understanding the relationship that exists between the partners acted as a form of conflict prevention, so generating open channels of communication among partners for the actualization of their set goals and objectives. And then capacity building was a vital measure that enhanced cohesion and teeth. This was particularly exciting to me, the capacity strengthening portion of it. When you see a community that didn't know why they should collaborate and now seeing them wanting to collaborate, to me, it was one of the success stories. So the recommendation, what were the key recommendations? So the recommendation for us, we will speedily look at in spite of the growing advocacy for youth participation in community development activities, there still need to enhance the youth participation to secure the future. And then management strategies has gone a long way to confirm that there are more participatory approaches like GMOU that we could adopt, not necessarily just MOUs. Communities want to feel the impact of their being carried along. The strategies need to also be need not be imposed by the companies that it used to be before, and government and all that. Community need to decide on how they really want to participate. And then there's also a growing development intervention covering several projects, and there's need to have proper foundation for the identification of these priority projects, which is part of what has made some projects more sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the support. And that is, my name here is Mina Obanga, and I want to say thank you very much for this presentation, and also, for the opportunity to do this presentation and for listening through to me. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Dr. Meena, for your presentations. So tomorrow, all the pending presentations we'll take up tomorrow. We request everyone to quickly join at sharp 6 o'clock tomorrow. And the overall feedback form for the entire conference will be shared tomorrow. And it is—
Please, what time is 6 o'clock? Nigerian time is when, please?
You can Google it, maybe, Christina. Maybe you can Google it. You can check 6 p.m. IST, GMT 5 plus 5:30.
Time is 1:30 p.m.
Okay, 1:30 p.m. Thank you, Christina.
That is very, very helpful.
Yep.
1:30 p.m. Okay.
Yeah.
And you can inform your colleagues.
And thank you. I have been trying to give my feedback on all your presentation, but the network has been crazy. I'm from Nigeria too, precisely from Plateau State, Nigeria. And I'm pleased to have followed your presentations all through. I learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina.
Just Plateau State, Nigeria. Just Plateau State.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. And it's good to have you here. I'm happy you are here too now. I've been following, I've been a member a long time. And thank you for being here. I learned a lot. I hold a master's in social work, and I look forward to pursuing my my PhD too. Thank you very much for the great knowledge shared. Thank you.
Yes, please. We welcome you to the PhD fold, and we also welcome you to ensuring that if your master's in social work, then that is very strategic. If it is not in social work, then you need to do a PhD as fast as you can. You know Nigerian better, so I don't need to tell you that.
In social work, actually, I have a first degree in social work, master's in social work, and I intend to do that. I have majored in mental health. Fantastic. I have been practicing in mental health, and I think I'll build a career in mental health. I also have a career in information. So thank you very much. And I like your presentation on the connection with the is it the
Climate change, the echo,
the climate change in relation to that was very good and a new learning for me. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you very, very, very much. Please, you're going to mentor me to knowing how to be a full member of this body. I love this body very, very much.
Thank you very much. You're in the right place. You're in the right place. Thank you. Dr. Ravindra has been very awesome. And I just connected them with the Nigerian president, Nasu. So we're going to also make a wave here in this part of our own country, as well as having a good collaboration with the Indian community. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. And
thank you, Dr. Ravindra. Thank you. You've been amazing. Thank you. We appreciate.
Thank you. And we thank everyone, all the speakers, all the presenters for the day, and especially the participants who have been there almost for more than 5 hours. And it's almost in India, almost at night 11:10. So it's almost the midnight. Thank you everyone for your patience listening. And we request everyone to quickly fill up the overall feedback form. And we request Dr. Meena and all others from International Fraternity and also India to share and widely circulate, because again, we have to wait for another 1 year to, have such a wonderful opportunity. So we request everyone to circulate among your friends and colleagues and inform them. Tomorrow we will take up few presentations where we can quickly take up and we can go for the valedictory. So thank you everyone for joining us, and see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock IST sharp. Take care. Good night.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravindra, for this great opportunity to learn and for your good rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, everyone. See you all tomorrow. Take care. Good night.